the last things that the patriarchate was able to do. You recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership. The patriarch he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in the first century. But basically, he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly in the local Christians are now officially Christian or Constantine would actually disavow the power uh, practice in the past, so they're not under Constantine, really happened in the 5th century. So that's basically Greek for Constantine city. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine. Many times, Constantinople becomes even more. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it so Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Egypt. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of understanding itself as the third overall by Constantinople. The implications for Jews of this shift from other Jews as we move through the 5th century as the Roman Empire Christian was formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The Rothschild of the kind of austerity. The emperor in charge of Jews were using the patriarchate to build synagogues. The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcised, which was part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are coming and eventually making them part of the Jewish go quickly to the final city, Mecca, and I want to just touch on it because we're going to spend a lot more time settling in the Roman Empire. We've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in Western Turkey. You've got big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, like Antioch and Syria. And then you've got another big, there would be a lot of course centered in northern individual Jewish communities in Germany, in France, along the Rhone River, Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and earlier. So those are all inside Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just about to become very powerful, and only Babylonia under the Persians will invade and time because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629 in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly. One other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least there, and it's highly likely that there were some Jews that met them on their way. We know from other sources that there was a king Karib Assad who in the return of the 5th century was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which we'll discuss in the not too long. When the Khazarians also saw that about 100 years later, presumably Pinyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time, and this King Yusuf is at war with her. That is not sympathetic that there was conflict. What I say is that so far we only have suggested this kingdom is Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, Beit Shan in northern Israel, that specifically refers to being Jewish and that they want to be buried in Israel, not things like this. So it's actually quite there was this Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule. And so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about versus Judeo's tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experience in the Byzantine Empire. Thank you very much for listening. One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeos, the title is generic, it's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the fourth century Chrysostom, who will speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, the clear distinction to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and was increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. Jews are actually Black Americans. And, I like it doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. Uh, it all sorted itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is like, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I could call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an animal? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something about the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for obduracy. Definitely a kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it is a very important early theme in the church fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important directives, especially Protestant. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly at the work of St. John Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these great portraits, another true portrait of St. John Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather, captures a certain element of his thought. At any rate, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term at Versus Judaeos, because of the whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremonies. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying was all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality, and why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery, and you've got to set up courts of law to work out the differences, and no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there, things like that. God, just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. No reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may. And of course, the conversion is always open to God, but there's no impetus, there's no they will enter and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes essentially control on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews may, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which we won't go into in this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogue. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stuck in them. It's not like a closed society. century was very important. Council of Nicaea, day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover, and apparently not happening. He's very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in Providence, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-enjoy that were engaging in feasting and in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. That he refers to themselves are called a goy, a nation, Bible, and in the liturgy. It's kind of the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral and a negative. The term Shabbos goy means Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling rites. By the way, if before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non or something. That non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews. That non-Jews would synagogue and get engaged in Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on. And of course, the day of Passover Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we distinguish ourselves, we separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews doing. Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to be essentially shut up. Of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that fairly he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us be a little more positive about the Edward tradition, or perhaps more general. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which you asked me to do, but I would say St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing in which St. Augustine was apparently he had a lot of personal doubts about theology. He was really confused by the Trinity. He did not understand how the Trinity worked. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean. It was a beautiful lake. The child was with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. There's a little hole right in front of him. Here's a halo of eyes, kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, "What are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill up that hole." And the child says exactly those things, which we could talk about, think about this never let go. Anyway, that's what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which is very useful and positive. One of the things that he says, and again, I'm a Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole Israel thing. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the and the Torah clearly had God commanded Jews to do these things, but not until steadfast in their command, and not in any way binding on non-Jews, for Jewish theology in this case, but the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing, right? Criticizing him. In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr, several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christians. It is the foundation of another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are, without demanding them to actually have some explicit reference. The extremely consequential review should be called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews, their maintenance of the providential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity, that since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundation of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to expand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns, the Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive. They are like, using the metaphor of Cain. We recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God was longer forever. And the most important element of that mark is, although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who would slay Cain, Mark was there to indicate that he should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, the principle which he articulated using citation response, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. That this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next witness. Let's get exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them as Bible of the church. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the church fathers and discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world. The role of the synagogue and the development of something called on the Bloxy with Torah, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more maybe synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple was destroyed in the first century, especially when they're a minority living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity, specifically religious worship. And they had to kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice? There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah, Talmud, Midrash, that describes the evolution of the not just religious, but other for adjudicating disputes, all kinds of things. Of the service that is familiar to say today, but centuries before. You look at the prayer book, that's really elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements, other prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout their history. One of the things that I found especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the reports that we have. Professor Paul Yulan did a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4, some of the records that, in that of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, like this is something in contemporary synagogues as well. You have a plaque here and a plaque there, and you have a plaque on top of a plaque. Everyone who gives benefit to synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that survive, one of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in the leadership position as well. More about that, but maybe we'll get to it later on. It's a major locus of Jewish activity and innovation that are replicated across Europe. And here is a beautiful wall painting from Tura Europos that was not so well preserved. It's actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. There's Mordecai on the left, of course, he's being walked alongside Haman and being fascinating. The kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out, for example, public Torah reading, obviously something very important. The prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis, but how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that Israel tended to prefer biennial Torah reading, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant there was a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to Torah. Whereas in the diaspora, an annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was preferred. And this made for a lot of gaps in the prayer service, along with the prayer service. Midrash, a while back in this series, Midrash are the passages, some of which have a lot of ramifications. They Rabbinic midrash or legendary midrash bring many different, especially perhaps at this period, we get to see the textual versions of like Genesis, Rabbah, which is widely studied as yeah, and as for a red, although it's a closely related language, I we don't have a precise understanding. Repeating it in Aramaic translation. This is still Bible that we're circulating on the wide regions at this time, but it gives you a sense of how say when he said say add already had pre-existing experience such as visual athletic language as an artistic endeavor, something that will very set a sensibility synagogue or as amplifications of like longer discourses on events. We have more and more of these typing poems. Time on the initial development of the synagogue ritual as we understand it today, that has become a very important part of the message. The image, by the way, that we're looking at is a mosaic, very synagogue art from the base Alpha synagogue that was okay, that's just a very quick look at some creativity that let's continue our discussion. In the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's the Iberian exception, the Iberian Peninsula represents future monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. For most of the last 2,000 years, Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we'll engage in. especially in the Muslims in northeastern. So let's go, and I'd like to quickly introduce this by looking at the various periods of Jewish history as most historians find. The first, which we'll talk about lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might know, but their experience and the regional dominated. Secondly, have a sub-period of Visigothic called the Cat. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region, Granada, Cordoba, but there is the golden era of Spanish Jewry, somewhat was there, as we shall see later on in this course, pushed back from the north. And that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part in 1482, when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period because the northern section was Christian, you can see under the Muslim. And finally, although of course there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews from Jews, and then subsequent development. Well, spectrum that really lot like Hispania, a very common kind of shifting or vowels and consonants you have between Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is reference to Spain and some familiarity with it. But how early did the Jews originally settle in this region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not we're talking like years before the Talmud had actually some there. That does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but it's also regarded as so serious with 30 of the time. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interest to bolster their things like charter rights, the privileges, the privilege of their settlement, then that can help them in whatever they have. This would be especially important in Europe when charters are put into place. But it also indicates a level of appeal to typically that we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want to have nothing to do with it, which our ability to believe that Jews in Spain do something about what was going on in Judea imagine how you think that the Bible specifically laid out exactly how old she was when she died, right down to the day. Very significant that you know that she was out of pocket. Very At any rate, we don't have this, in hand anymore, but it is a significant indicator. We also have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the first century in the Christian scriptures. Specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential journey authors that enjoyed visiting places that had a lot of Jewish population, and then kind of like fellow transit populations that Paul discovered in India that has two Hebrew letters. So it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. It was quite a bit earlier, it's also first century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second, but basically we have a very important church synod or council in a town called Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the deliberations and decisions of the particular council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining that Christians are forbidden to engage in recreational dining. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong, not allow Jews to bless their crops, meaning that Pedro can't say to his friend Baruch, hey, you're Jewish, I know you have a close connection with the big guy. Come by to my deal to give it a blessing. Certain in these kinds of documents. Don't worry, we're following the party line on all of these issues. Doesn't actually mean that they're. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on owning Christian slaves. Jews should not own Christian slaves. Okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing the crop sounds sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws on the books here in America that also prohibit a person from riding his horse in areas of New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except the policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages, so it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you knew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt if you just keep it in there. That doesn't mean that they're actually horses riding in the street. But if there's something really detailed that says something like telephone towers, right? So look at that. There's a detail there that places within the modern period that makes it more suggestive that it might actually Elvira was actually talking to Jews engaging in a real relationship which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Tale, suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter, to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian, the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons. He's with Christians, but they actually have some concern in kind of like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to well, we can't say with some reliability will certainly have much better in our various religions and about political political parties, things like that. In the Jewish community, they always say something like, isn't that lashon hara, a special blessing after two pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that that may irritate Jews who are raised in a tradition because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities or at least recognize responsibilities and they always tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show how free of anti-Jewish hostility in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the Jewish persecution that was only seven consider. One of the is that we have, and the reason we are talking about, this 13, 1400 odd years ago, the records are good. We and if you want to demonstrate this, put in rectify it. It's hard to imagine that you have to redefine. You have a new influx of Jews into the region, kind of possible, or you have like chemistry definitions of what a baptized individual is. Well, certain amount of stir as beyond the Gothic era. The church, the higher church, openly approved of forced converting Jews, and depending on the era in which your disclaimers or discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews? It shouldn't have happened as other Christians. So we have this situation where there is a period, and again, typically echoes to the Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, meaning of going back to their Jewish ideas, and especially practices. This occurs several this is Christian status, which is something that we will see again for converted, they could be once again persecuted by ostracized in various ways. Put in place legislation specifically banned, for example, Jews from traveling to different locations. What was permitted, they literally had to check in with local church officials level of interference into daily life that is totally modern concept in comparison to things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which was apparently meted out even to children, is something called the calvatio, which is, it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut. You know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a massive crime. And it's not how they might receive this del cavatio as like a being shorn of their temporarily. But it could also mean scalping, I mean literally carving the top layer of skin off her head. especially for children. If you're going to lock up, there are repeated confiscations of wealth and repeated expulsions of all Jews after leaving the kingdom. And then re-invited back in. So with that happening, we just don't have a record of them being invited in. And the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting, or that they were hiding, or they were considering validate the laws is legal text. And we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how Jews react. Kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of view of history, and it is absent other perspective, hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on so-called rhyme of history. That person, he was referring to the Visigothic era. He said this is all like completely mirrors in the time beyond this. We see elements of it like this idea. Yes, that this other step with the world in the sense that conversion was the basis of the other guys. But generally speaking,
What's happened, you savages? We're back like herpes, Uncle Joey, and my trusted little Kato. Please, what's happened? It's basically like a fist fight. Like it was just more people were heckling the whole
bar, especially in New Jersey, they're fine. We did it before. You had this. I think this was the best time down there. It was, and it's because you fucking made me cut 20 minutes of my head. Do you see how much material work? You have to let it go like a fucking a girlfriend with herpes. You know, that's the fucking this when I go back to that. Right. It's hard to get rid of it, especially, I don't know, I got to it like it's like you know what material's not working. We all have material that's, when you go from doing 20 minutes in the club every night with California, you're doing 45 to an hour. And it's in there, that's a lullaby. Build, but you gotta put it in the medium. They've already been. For the first 20 minutes, you might have a stupid story about your grandmother. Last 15 minutes, you pick that up like a fucking. And I was buzzing with it. It was the best. It was like, I thought it got laughs and certain. I don't have to do that stupid fucking joke. Oh, I'm just trying to get material. 5 years, you know, when you look at that YouTube thing, thank God they told me to get rid of that. Thank God I got rid of that and everything else I said on that fucking 30-minute special. And that's how I feel. I looked at something. Last week I was prepared. We're going to do this. I'm going to take it here all of a sudden. There is get wise at the end, and then you got 3 years left, or whatever the fuck they talk about. Anger management? Yeah, anger management. You don't know mistakes. And there's one of those things. You know, when a girl gets married, she's under the fucking disease. I'm gonna do this. Cindy's kind. Let's talk about see if the odds are on DraftKings. Let's see if the odds are on FanDuel. We'll see it. Years ago, the fucking guy from San Antonio married the Mexican.
That fucking retard. Had a big wedding in Long Island. Hamptons, everybody. He was fucking some ugly black chick 3 weeks later. But you'll get married. So, and then after you get married, a year in, you're like, this motherfucker been cheating on me since day one. But you were too busy on the
Entertainers or anybody just for like a business thing, like they do it knowing they don't love each other. No, it's just for like
Katie Barry, she's retarded, you know. Like you heard it? You know, that kid Russell Brand, the vampire. Oh, it's his name. I forgot fucking Ether. It's all Ether.
what about I keep seeing because I think his show's out now. Angelina Jolie and Billy Bob were like watching with her blood around it, and like they were like making out on the red carpet.
Disgusting. Disgusting. Who's your father? Crazy. But no, it's what you're talking about is what really happens to people, right? We really go under the ether and you can ask professional athletes, they'll tell you. I was banging my baby's mom, I was doing this, I was doing that. You know, it's fucking hard, man. And we all fall under that. What, like, do you have a sign or like, how do you notice you're under the ether? When you go see the finished result, when you see a set, or you see how your thing does, or it's just something that you snap out of it once you fucking see it. Once you see it, you snap the fuck out of it.
Is that why, like, when like you see like athletes,
You understand? Goddamn. You understand me? Like, once you see it go down, you go, oh, I was doing comedy everywhere in town, but at the comedy store. Because in my mind, I thought that those people, how many times have we shot a pilot? We shot everything. Structure's down 80%, but you hooked up with a fucking plumb, okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. You know, and then you read the French story, where they shot the pilot, they got taken to Vegas, and the motherfucker kill you. You know, and what do you think the difference is? Wow, we messed up. That's fucking hilarious. That's the truth, but why are you doing it? Think of all the celebrities in that movie, right? And on the way home, you're like, shit, Snoop did. So, it's just, and I'm talking about and what happened. That dude was delusional. Right? Acted upon a special area.
10 guys in the fucking pit, and they shot his mother in the room. That dude was fucking well known. Sidney Pollack, high shot senses, answered to NYPD Blue. The pilot was fucking dog shit. And the shit, they couldn't do anything with it. What the fuck? That's what I learned. I was in there going, holy shit, I'm gonna buy a phone, a car, everything Tony put down there. As we get older, it's like fucking a bitch. Houston, when they played that year, they gave fucking the team 13. I told you, I remember I was in New York City that night. They got arrested. I don't court downtown, and maybe no more than 7 o'clock. And I had a national championship. I'm going back and forth going. Fucking $1 in smartphone is too low. And in those days, the smartphone was too low.
So better understand the kind of area that the performance of violence special mother-daughter relationship, which can have a little acrimony, but then the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is very good. Secondly, a list from you. In Europe, you have a form of
Confirm you. Number 648. What do you like? Give me the line number.
Shouldn't there have been a better way to get a code or your code name easily? On the code. Figure it out.
Okay, it was 1982. Hey, what the fuck? You got more problems. You got more fuck cocaine and cheaper. Then why you say Great Cavalier? I'm gonna fuck him. It was 1982. So Street. It's a big time payout betting. Rivalry week on Boost. And touch more. You bet $5 and get 300 in bonus bets instantly. $5, 300 sports. And press code Joey. Joe-E. Joey Live for new customers. Bonus bets instantly when you just bet book. Listen, I love draft because you know what? The ground is yours.
Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877 Get Help is available for problem. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.
Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim source way back in the biblical period, and there are various
Up you boys. All right, so we've got a college pick 'em to do. I guess there's standard, spread, and confidence. All right, why aren't we doing them all? I don't know. Okay, first game. Texas versus Ohio State. a good one. So, number one versus number. Alright. Here's the dense version. So everybody can see. Alright. Who do we have? I don't know. I haven't seen any of the teams play. 50-50. Probably. Man, they fucking love Texas. Alright. Northwestern. Over Tulane. Utah State. Clemson over LSU. Fresno State over Georgia Southern. Arizona over Hawaii. Shout out to the Rainbow Warriors. I like going there with the Rainbows. Oregon State over Cal. UCLA Aqua over Utah. Gamecocks over Virginia Tech and the Hurricanes over the Irish. Yeah. Why? I can go to Coral Gables without an issue. Alright. Are you done? Submit these bitches. You're in. Oh yeah, we have to join a group. Called Pick Jews and Thugs.
Dietary restrictions and so on. So
No one knows. Alright. I just picked Texas. So. Right. Oh, we gotta look at it like this. Lugo over Marshall. 7. Sure. Yeah. We'll take that. And Virginia usually sucks. Alright, LSU Clemson, 2.5. LSU's getting 2.5. Clemson. Buckeyes getting half. South Carolina over Virginia. Take that. All right. Submit. Now this last one, because it sucks. So move that to. All right. Who else? I mean, these should be easy. Hawaii. Yeah, don't make you fuck you, dog. Dude, I don't like there's Dwayne. Like whenever I make pics, I'm like, oh, how many points will we scored in that game? 69. All changes auto. Join group, scored. Okay, we'll see if that works. Then we'll do the pros. Look how big my fucking done. I get done.
Establishment of a in so we've got colleges generally thought to
So
have been analyzed to suggest was one of the well-known historians of the period, subservience, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to
Yeah, the Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas fees may apply in
what
Illinois.
is Boot Hill Resort?
Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Limits expire 7 days after issuance. For national terms or responsible gaming resources, see tkng.co/.
place within society that
Uncle Joey, as soon as 5 o'clock hits, you're ready. You turn your brain off and start your journey to the moon within the cloud. Listen, get your legal, vegan, lab-tested hemp and derived THC and get ready for a great time. Listen, I love these use code CHURCH for free shipping plus 25% off your first order. When you order, fill out that quick little survey, and it's a you the good stuff. Five in the cloud. I just did. We're back, Jack. What's your name?
Nevertheless, it does give us a
Everything
sense
is
of
warm.
That sounds catchy.
Yeah. I would like to see the musical.
It's
If I'm walking, I'm focused.
Do me a favor. I'm going to give you one challenge.
This is Applebee's. I watch TV at like 12 noon. I watch New Jersey weather and fucking this commercial they play.
You see?
Come back before my spiel. I'm very fucking serious.
Yeah.
So when I was a kid, last year when I worked around, because we're fucking, we don't need to be reminded of what we can and can't eat from our childhood. We're not gonna eat shit just to hang out. Like I refuse. Like I refuse. Neighboring like across from the block from Church's Chicken, well not Church's. The one in LA. Fucking Waffle
Oh,
House.
with the Waffle House. Wasco. Yeah. It's a strong smell.
And I wouldn't go in there. I didn't get the role because I wouldn't go. I didn't get. No, because I had a friend who had a work breaks his own rules. See, that's what it gets me.
I saw that time. I love that place.
But I get it. It's a Japanese place.
What Chinese now? I don't know. It's toy. T-O-I.
Toy.
Toy.
Okay.
In the 80s, they were. That's why by 87, 88, cocaine started smelling. Because they started taking the ether out. So they're like, oh, listen, I have the same car a lot of dollars, blah, blah, blah. Now you start. We can fucking go to a Coldplay concert. When you bought 4 people, what that 40 cheese? Then you bought a fucking lemon. You got so. But I don't know that there's people back to the show now, women hook up with guys locked up. And you have to see their expectations, and you're like, I'm not fucking this. You know what I'm saying? Like, this heat, you know, so like, you either do
Discovered in LA, like,
go you do ass,
so like it fucks with you. Like it does, like you think it's, you know, you think it's a plus, and it is a plus.
I blew so much smoke up my own ass for so long that now I know how to knock the blow that smoke up my ass.
I'd like to now turn to.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Ether is a chemical, but it's a state that we go into. And I'll go, what did you want? And then they'll go, well, if we don't get a sale by this week, we're going to do 2 ads. not how it works. That's not how this works. See, people want to believe that one time there was something going to work. And I tell them, yeah, you can put an ad here, but I also want you to put an ad on CNN. It's cheap at night. After midnight, it's cheap. You can do print. It's for social media ads. And how people see your name in different situations. One day they'll say, you know what, I'm giving up one night. You know, it's not just fucking you. You know how many people have contact me and want their juice or their coconut oil or their fucking seed moss on Joe Rogan podcast. And I'll say, well, listen, it's not my job. You know, but we don't understand. I have a kid who's got leukemia. I can't help you. I can't help you. Like people come at you like that. Like I have an aunt. She's got one eye. She needs surgery at $400,000. If you get this on Rogan, it'll save me.
Then there is a fascinating story of
I won't even enable you. If you tell me that, I'm not going to enable you. I'm not going to go, okay, I'll get you on Rogan, but you'll never go for it anyway. But there's people that actually believe that. They're at home right now. Look at the living kid. He wanted to go on Rogan so bad. He went to Austin to shoot at a hotel. They got arrested. You know, people just have come on, can I get me a cup of tea with 3 scripts? And they go, here you go, every day. If you could do
My
it.
DM is filled with that.
And what are they telling you that they'll be made? This one movie, and they'll be with Tarantino.
I kind of feel bad when I get DMs.
So do I. I didn't think
But
I
I know this person put so much into it, and they don't know. They're still so green. They think if they get me attached or like, can you give it to this person? It just don't work like that. Like you don't just go in front of the whole line. Like this took years to get where I am. It took years for me to get whatever I have. You don't just DM somebody and think the script's gonna land on my lap and overnight, overnight successes. Now I have your script and I'm gonna hand it to somebody. I'm gonna hand it to somebody and it's gonna make your dreams come true. It doesn't work like that at all. I just felt bad when people put so much into, one person, me, you, whoever else they're DMing. And I understand where they're coming from, so I have empathy that I know, like, this person doesn't really get it and he doesn't understand how it works and how you really go through a real process of pitching your script to real producers. You don't just DM an actor. I'm just an actor. I'm trying to get a movie too. I'm trying to work myself. Like, just because I know people, I'm not going to take your script. I don't even know you. You're a stranger DMing me and hand it to one of my friends. If I'm going to hand my friends one of my scripts, it's going to be something that I need from my script that I wrote. And I'm gonna use that favor for myself, which I don't even ask people for favors ever. I'm very uncomfortable with it. And now the stranger that I never met, it's like, Mr. Ducci, will you read my script? And it doesn't work like that. But I understand you, and more props to you. Go after your dream, do whatever you gotta do. Knock on every door. Break down every door. Try to get your thing out there. Try to, I get people like, can you put a word for me on, Godfather Harlem or when I was on Sopranos or any show that I was on or any movie where you tell them I'll be an extra or this or that. Like, it doesn't really work like that. And I feel bad for these people who DM because I want to help everybody. But if I helped everybody, what they don't know is behind you, I have 50,000 other DMs with people asking the same thing as you. And I want you all to win, but this is not how it works. It could though, so never stop doing what you might think is impossible. Always do it, but the odds are not really in your favor of working that way. The shortcut, DM this person, get the hit, it's gonna work, everything's gonna work out. It doesn't really work like that. I want it to work like that. For me, something like that kind of worked for me. I walked off the street, open audition, got a box tail, and it did work like that. So that's why I have empathy for these people that are trying like a one shot. If I just do it, DM people, however they're doing it, it might work. Maybe somebody will answer you and will get it to somebody. So don't stop whoever you are. do it.
And
Most likely,
medieval
likely it
arguments of
won't
African
work that way. You gotta go through the proper channels, and I think you have more of a shot working it that way, going through.
And I have empathy also. That's what you have to look at it.
Should be after
They call them empathetic also. But here's where it doesn't get good.
Yeah, that,
I've helped those
Okay,
people.
how it's been used, especially
Yeah.
I've been one of those guys that said, let me see what I can do.
yeah,
And I've got it.
I've done it too.
And then it doesn't turn into one favor. It turned into two or three. So I went from my watch, borrowing my watch for the day, and now you're going for my whole arm.
Well, the one that's right.
People don't know when to stop. That's one thing.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, I look at the reasoning they're coming at me with. And like I said to you guys, I've had people contact me and say, I need this. My daughter's got leukemia. They know I have a daughter. So they hit me that way.
Yeah.
Okay, they hit me with weird stuff.
Well, that's what.
This weed shit, this weed business shit, those are the biggest maggots in the world. Weed business, boy, they leech on me, and they're the biggest fucking maggots in the world, and that's why I let them. I cut them all. You can't even get one of those in my hand. You can't. Y'all gotta be very careful.
Yeah.
And you try to walk the earth as a Christian kung fu, helping people out.
Yeah.
But people don't know when they fucking, when no is no. People don't know when
You reach your limit.
there's nothing I can do for you. I wish I could help you.
Yeah.
My world. 20 pieces I love. Wine.
Affiliation with the original Israelites, there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. One last comment before we look at the Jews of Ethiopia, the lecture, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. It's an entirely different phenomenon that is definitely deserving of study, but not necessarily historically linked. Black Israelites, because they identify with the ancient Hebrew, not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian time things moved from that machine, they talk about the Ethiopian population that held out that liable source of Jewish blood, and he recorded it significantly. He merely recorded what he had heard from others, and so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia. Growing up in slave market, much more interesting people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely
Fucking whatever, we know. That's what we don't understand.
I get people asking me, that's the biggest request. Could you give this scenario? My father was in the they think he's really a I'm like, look, I was married to him, right? They're just being them, and it's coming from a raw, honest place. And they're like, there's nothing cheap. If there's anything, I'll go and I'll go to casket this guy, and I'll help my friends if I can help. Even most of my friends are on their own and they're doing their own thing. They don't really need my help, but like casting, I have no problem with that. If I'm on a show, you do have a connection with casting. That's somewhere where you do have a little, not but or like
Or you're at a bar talking to somebody you haven't seen in 10 years. Wow, ask you creepy questions. I'm telling fucking Catherine like not drink mushroom. They teach you. And you fucking up. And it's like,
yeah.
it's like people who last week about I watched some dramatic and I took it for the rest of my life. The moment before. The moment
It's so important.
the moment before life. When somebody runs down the street and says, Catherine, fuck you. I hate to get the Sopranos and it's 8:30 in the morning. And
So important.
so, you know, I'm sitting there talking to Catherine, not doing shit at bar, having 3 drinks for them. This lady goes, hey, this guy, a big pussy. And they go on and on and on, sitting like, you know, my mother just died. And they just cry. They don't know what the moment is. So when you walk over there, be very cautious. And that's something you learn in your home. That's not something you learn at night. You learn that at your home. Your mother taught you that shit. Don't, you know, approach him, say hello, and keep walking. They know you. Now listen, he's a author. Did you ever see Ole Ole? The Rolling Stones of South America. Mick Jagger walks by himself. Mick Jagger loves to fuck with people. So like,
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
You know, I told you about my house. Once or twice, I go in there, I eat some mushrooms. I go in, you know, there's like, there's nothing. There's nothing. They have TVs, the music is good, the DJ, don't even get elected.
Yeah. Just going in. You got to dip in and out, little music, go home.
Got the hat on the farm, you know, 3 fucking dozen boxes, you know, like they said. Anywhere else, when they're all farmers, these guys were farmers, they had it's Friday. Right. Work.
Oh, good.
Why would the 25-year-old this bitch is everywhere? Are you out talking? Joe Rogan tonight, then you want to ask me what's wrong with fucking. I'm there with a bunch of pussies. Whether you like it or not, it's still pussy. You can smell it in the fucking ass. And you want to go like Joe Rogan.
sort of a great that tries to
It's a lot of information. Oh man, because you went through me once. And you sent me a photo. I love that you sent me the photo of your house, of your TV, and your what's that? And it was in the Oval Nights. I want to ask you, what is it that you like about it?
Well, let's get back to basics. I've always liked you. So I loved you in the Bronx Tale. And you popped up in fucking The Sopranos. And you were really good at that. I really enjoyed it.
Several things.
That's how I mean, like, enjoy. The type of guy right now, you're going to be. For the movie, like when you're in the movie, I'm cheering for you. I loved you in another fucking movie.
Irishman?
Which one?
Irishman?
Yeah, when you jump back, I love when you came down. I love but this movie, there was something different about you. This movie, it was you.
Hold up.
Aerosmith is Aerosmith. Guns N' Roses. Aerosmith on steroids. This character really played out. I was disappointed when that was I read for them. I was very disappointed again. I'm not one of those guys.
Can I ask you, what would you refer?
Everybody read the book, and then they cast you from Tony Bennett. And the scene I read for you, talk
Wow.
the scene, 5 different voices talking about how Columbo put that guy in command and to let
Joe. Yeah. So, man, I don't get the right.
You were fucking brilliant. He spent on the boutons. It was very reminiscent of the scene when Christopher gets bags of money come to his house, and you're running away with the fucking dumbest thing in the world is, I still fucking love him. He asked me to take me back and take him back today.
Dysfunctional.
That's a beautiful fucking scene.
That's funny.
And nobody else has seen anything like that. I know you would provide it, but you don't do what you do. But that scene, like, no matter what happened, I still love him. You sold it. You really
And I jump over the ball.
It's just, I enjoyed that movie. When that movie came out, it was really the best. Like, it had been out. So, when that movie didn't come out yet, and they're like, yes, it did. It's in the fucking movie theaters. I go, no, it's not. And I went online, I'm like, oh my God, it's in the movie theater. I didn't know.
Wow.
I didn't see it on the internet.
Yeah, too much.
The problem is, when you have such a big budget, for a film like that, there's a lot of you put on Amazon film later.
Okay.
Like I just watched one about the Nollies and Bob Boston Brooklyn.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
What do you mean?
In a treehouse because they're going to town the forest. He wants to sit in the treehouse. So he's a mob boss. They're all coming. Please, don't come down.
In a
In
treehouse.
a fucking treehouse.
Oh my
It's a
God.
cute movie, but then there's like another one. There's like 20 Italian movies on there that all should be banned. So it's not wrong.
Are you in Great
No, man.
Not even just take it off. By the other,
What's that?
it's the band.
Movies are just never made up. But there's a movie on
Sports, the electric emotions, they actually
Justin Timberlake's wife.
Jessica Biel.
Fucking gorgeous.
Gorgeous. She's
I mean, it's an all-star lineup. The English from the
just like
and now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He's gonna die. Goes to the strip club.
Wait, how was this movie though? What?
It's a good movie. It's a McDonald.
Well,
What's the guy that died of cancer?
oh, crazy.
Old man in the scene with Forrest Whitaker. Gabriel Iglesias and
Holy
buddy.
shit.
So I bumped into him and I go, bro, good dude too. I forget he's on a commercial now too. I go, he put so much money in the actor. Asians shit. And they ran out of money for the time.
Wow.
And he goes, it happens a lot. And no, this movie is fucking. And like they shot it all in Gardner. They shot it where I live. They shot
Oh,
where I
Gardner, yeah.
live. So the end of Gardner is a full shop. And that they just closed that during the pandemic. Fucking out of blue. Out of blue.
Alan, whoa.
Who's in the movie? Tell them the cast.
Yeah, give us a kiss. Oh, wait, what was Vincent D'Onofrio in it? Oh, wait, he lived in the treehouse. What was that movie? Shit. Well, this movie had to be long, but Patrick Swayze's dead. Oh.
Armando Cosillo. That's my brother. He's in that movie. He plays the hot dog man. Yeah, he fucking. They ran out of budget. So that's what I thought happened. But I still wanted to see it at the time. So all the shit was finally on TV.
Yeah.
And I fucking
I mean, it was
He was so good. So good. Yeah, before it came out. I love that guy.
like a retard. The chin wasn't a retard. The guy from his state. He didn't shoot him. Instead of shooting 3 or 4 times, he shot him and ran away. The guy didn't go on to fucking a crime family. Be a regulator in his life. But he was also a step brilliant.
Right.
You know,
He
so
played that ex.
that's the only guy they like in that movie. Everything else was solid. The name of the club, the social club was the Old Knights.
Yeah, you know.
I like Buffalo Mo very politically. Fucking that's what a gangster was, you know. They gotta be in politics, rocking it. And I liked all that. You were great, man.
The movie was so good. The De Niro was on his game. I loved everything in it. I loved the whole cast actor getting real. And his acting was honest. He was the key to acting. You have to bring yourself. Have to. And I love what you said about acting. That's the key to the moment before. It's like it's so important the moment before. And what do you want from a scene? Also, it's like what? How do I want you to feel it? What's my objective? I want to be a good guest on the show. That's my objective today, right? I want it to be a good show. So try to make it interesting, but be natural and organic. That's my objective. I just want people to like the show. I hope people like the show and find it interesting. And how do we do that? We just come up with good subjects that we want to connect with people who are watching it. So that's so great.
And I looked at that was a $35 a month. His name was Frank, some Italian guy from Brooklyn.
Wow.
Lived with him. As he was close to the house, he was cheap Monday nights. And Monday nights was the hot comedy night in LA.
Oh my God. She's like she's like the shit out.
She's the shit.
Did you learn from her? What's the biggest thing? She makes everything about sex.
She'll show you.
She doesn't stop being a mirror. That's me. If you were on stage and you were worried about your looks and what you were worried, say, no makeup, rolls.
Right? Beyond, and also determine a pussy out with hard to cartel drawing it that way. She just won a fucking tremendous Oscar. And she's on late night. So one that I was thinking about. The guy in that, and a pussy with that. I mean, she's fucking nuts. Me and the mother have it, but now I gotta look at her a little more. And I gotta watch her a little more. These are the ages where they need their dad. They bring to show my titties. That's until you walk into a man's scan class. A man is like Richie Short when you tell him when you cheer. Yes, and dog, I had to go to the girl's house.
You're so. I'm not gonna say the word the P this, the P that, the F this. That. No, that's all front.
Listen, no, because I know for a fact. 62 out there, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm a Cuban old school coke kid. I had a fight off on my cheese ball. Captain Nucci said to me, hey, I got a label on top. Let's go back to my house. We've got to
Reverse it.
I run like a pussy. I've done it before. And especially, don't mind me going to you. If I'm coked up and drunk, I haven't done coke in 18 years. So that's not my personality. I can't. I don't really know. I can look at your eyes. I can be some of the principles of what I want to do because I stole the principles of acting and use them in my stand-up.
Heavy to carry around.
Yeah.
All kinds of things.
Like I just told you about a movie I auditioned for.
The
Yeah.
next evolution in information.
I got to go to Mexico. They're paying scale.
They want you to play Italian, Mexican.
Right,
Where they call the fuck?
that's not the point. That's not the point. used to this bad.
record.
Something to kick in. Way, if I said to you, Joey, are you
There's better comedians, but I'm good. I can hold my own in a room. Let's just say. But the way those are those.
actor, and I understand the art form of any a musician, a painter, a comedian, an actor.
Survival until I realize the stakes. I say that to you. The comedy was survival. Nah, I didn't want anybody to get a touch of me. I just
All right, well, that's cool.
So I felt in a good company, and then I read a lot of broke it down. That's what I was going to do.
So you identified,
Lenny Bruce would play the jazz club, just a fucking room, a woman, and a fucking syringe. And you're writing comedy. Fucking be because I had no choice. And I'm one of those guys that pay for people's opinions. People don't like saying that. I learned good things. No matter how bad they are, they have one good fucking trait. Maybe it's remembering something. What's a famous Jew? Lansky, you know. these guys were all, he was a mastermind. School, one with a bow leg. Translated to the street is like functional fitness. Oh my kids, we do curls and fucking, whatever the fuck. So we say, judge, my point, I have no idea.
Were you born to be a comedian?
Yes.
Well, you were more, I think that.
See something?
Yes.
Fantasy director.
Like he hard. This macho
Oh, dude,
is
you don't have a mic.
you all is actually like this really good comedian and you're good at it. And it's also you connect with these broken people in a way through your comedy. It's kind of you're using that connecting in a way where you grab them because they understand. We understand what you're doing. People with that heart exterior. This guy helped out behind the scenes. No, you really are. You're like this guy that really connects.
Yeah, actually, like an actor, but the last 5 or 6 years I haven't because
For the first 7 years, I wasn't life but not. And I saw the change in women here. Because women don't want to be loved. They want to feel secure. She doesn't need that. Commitment. You just can't wake up and go, look, I don't feel like doing anything else in life. You committed to something. There's 8 people waiting on you. 8 people waiting on you.
Well, you know what? I have a T-shirt that's not a planner. I'm a canceler. I cancel everything. I make plans and I fucking cancel them. I'm a professional canceler. I'm here today. But I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy. Let me tell you, by the way, people, his conversation is behind the scene. Should have been filmed. It should have booties. You like booties. You don't want nothing but booties. You want no frills, in and out. No small talk. I want to eat. I want to be in and out. And you only want his chicken cutlets. Your chicken cutlets.
Oh my God, the best. Listen, the last one of the music we we become these people every time. Oh my God, the rain is something. I gotta go to Nico. You know what? Who gave you fucking food on the arm? When you there's so much good pizza now. I gotta get to the gas station. Okay, you may be born, but you better go in there once a month and pay your fucking respect. Fucking pizza. But there was one and you went there right there.
I like the Sicilian with the whatever. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone, bitch.
Oh, you feel like people are jumping ship.
All the time. All the fucking time.
Jumping ship.
All the time. The hottest restaurants with breath of life. Oh, we went to the lowest. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I get
Shut the fuck up.
I get what you're saying.
Shut the fuck up. I just moved from LA where there's no loyalty. 20 years I sat there. No loyalty. Nobody. No. Why are you eating that shit? Because
No, because this one said so.
the forces of media, what is it? Let's tap into what the fuck you're doing. You're not one of these fucking Americans. Why are you acting like them? For 30 years, these Americans fuck you in the ass. Now you want to be like them. Shut up, you eat their lunch. You fucking tell them where they're going to eat, you motherfuckers. I'm not going there. I don't care where you 11 people go. And that shit ends. That shit ends. You have to have something. You have to stand for something, man. And that shit pisses me the fuck off.
Well, you know what it
It's
is?
a simple thing. You're probably saying
Swipe left. Swipe left. Swipe this over.
you don't know where the fuck I'm coming from. Well, I'm coming from
Social media, there's always a influencer going to a new place where the line's around the corner and everybody's got to get in. They can't if there's a line, they want it. If there's no line, must be that good. You're making a good place on a DL, but they did it gluten-free. These influencers, everybody, we can't have a moment of
I
silence.
understand.
We can't have a moment of silence.
But you get brainwashed. Old school wrong. That's the fucking problem. Okay? What's that? Some listen. Just stupid fucking felon spec. Let me tell you. I showed them they threw you at regulars that came in everything. Then they got the same stupid dish. Maybe how many times I go to the show to Tony Soprano or Christopher Lucas on that. I know the menu at Rudy's back and forth. You know, you just know you have something that
you know what I like? You say really, see, if you break it down, everything you're saying just comes down to loyalty.
That's another episode. He is my body. It was hardy. Darkest night coming. Driving home, there was a storm. And we came to you and you left. And he, it's like the homeless guy you said today. There ain't no better place than where
That's
we're at.
right.
So shut your fucking pipe hole with that shit. And that's the problem you have.
Well, it's an overload. It's overload. Oh, you like that place? But no, try this place. But that pasta? No, now you gotta go here. Now you gotta go there. And they'll show you the line around the corner because this is what this enjoy this place now. What do you mean? We gotta go to this guy here.
They never end.
Swipe left.
You know, I live in Central New Jersey since I've been there. Summer before they opened up a Mexican restaurant. And people having car accidents. It was insane. Parking lot, they had cars on top of it.
Yeah.
They go in there. That margarita, that's $22. And they're just pumping the eat fast. And now your girls come. And more. Now nachos and chips. It sucks.
I'm getting
You would drink it home after fucking and sucking. Correlate the fucking and sucking with the Mexican bar. And the Mexican drinking you drink, okay? There's no suck you right in. They suck the
It's
fuck
almost
in.
like you're under
And right away, yeah, you're under the influence.
under the influence.
You know what I'm saying? And smoking boogie straight from his nose. That was a great time. Boy, I felt great. I felt great now eating that brisket with the same way that
You know, you're right. It's like you go back in and the lights are on.
this is true. Don't quote me. Because they got raped there in the 70s. And get the fuck out of here. Again, went down there. Mick Jagger walked in, they sucked this thing. And they remembered it during the pandemic. Like everybody else did. Remember during the pandemic, raped them? During the pandemic, no. 20 years ago, at a fraternity party. Who grabbed your pussy when you salute the soldiers. Everybody remember. Fucking years. 50 years later.
What happened to the Suda 54?
They say they got brain sensation. You know, everybody said it was a party. It wasn't for us. It was a night of hell. Steve Bell took us on room and witness. And made us look off his dick. It was horrible. That type of shit. Okay, so for the 2,000 people who went there and said it was the best night of their lives. Frank Sinatra was there. Okay, but now these 8 or 73 is, you know, and it just, it's like Jesus Christ. That's it.
I want to see you stand up right now.
No, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Please leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave him right there to sit there. Jewish ass. Did you have a good time?
I really did have a great time. I like being away. I like being out of my environment and on location. Familiarity. You know, I like shooting in New York, but I am born and raised in Manhattan. I like that, but I like getting away. I like being away on location because then you're not and I feel like when I'm at that point, my imagination is on a much higher level.
Anyway, imagination, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
You ever walk into one of these hotels, you go to your room, you put your shit on the bed, you go, how the fuck did I get here?
When you're working?
Yeah, like when I check into the hotel, they're like, hi, Mr. Diaz, welcome. We have a basket for you. And you're like, these motherfuckers don't know 10 years I was robbing these baskets. You know what I'm saying? They're like, we got a basket for you. Welcome. The movie welcomes you and you go to your room and you sit down. It's a nice room. You got buckets, swords.
But I gotta tell you, those are my proud moments.
I understand, but you have
It's like, oh shit, man, I earned my freaking this little shit cockroach from Harlem. I understand, but those moments that I'm answering you how I feel about that are surreal for me and proud moments for me because I'm like. You know, my ex, Joe was over here too. He said, every now and then, feel like you're alone and you're about to get in bed, you give yourself a pat on your own back, like literally, you go like this. You did good today. I earned this place. I earned my place back. You know, from my fucking poor beginning. When the movie's over, you can be out of work again. Right now, right now I just have the series that I wrote, and I'm life. And
I love Chris. I love that show. I love that fucking show.
You just want a crazy person.
I stayed with J-House, Don Johnson, and fucking whatever he forgot who he was in that show. Okay. The show. You know that's happens. The show was great. The first season. Motherfucking side. It's not it. But you can afford that season. Now people start using those 2 years to get bigger and better jobs.
Yeah.
And now you gotta bring a fucking heart. So then he came back and
You mean Griselda Blanco?
yes. He didn't do Griselda Blanco.
That was Captain Zeta-Jones.
It was about the Spanish room.
That existed in Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the poetic
Oh,
life
yeah, I'm sorry,
of
yeah.
the
Once they
migrant
move on to
race.
other shows,
Thinking about the
and then have no when they see one about the to it.
say, it was not so ay, told them. They converted to Catholicism in the year 589 and initiated a disaster reign that was characterized by tremendous amounts of nature of
No, I've heard of it there, and I've heard of
on the legislative side. That ministry was a period of fruitful and
But what I heard about was by
with punishments like
I don't think it would be good.
you see what you want to be friend today.
589 and 711, which was when entered the
Vegas
peninsula
on a Sunday,
and
all of them
conquered its
disappointed
great
out.
shore along with their
Fucking
rapid
everybody's flying in
expanse
for the week
across
convention.
the southern part of the Mediterranean and into Central Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the
So
affairs
Vegas is
of
suffering?
a sort of a Jewish Muslim synthesis or this kind of cultural coexistence. One of the concepts that comes up again and again
Not
in
at
the
Empire
origin
Casino in
stories
Yonkers.
of this
I
coordination
get on the
is the
bullet
notion of the
train
loyal block,
and I get
Jewish
there.
advisors, meaning you have like
The fourth
So it's like on TV.
they're numerous,
it's
they're
definitely
There was
fervent,
not
the
a lot of
sites have
playing
no
out here.
special connection
Taking the
to previous
few
regime.
more
I guess
glory.
it's
bullshit is
that
cutting.
phenomenon of like a
And we
Muslim
saw the
military
go
really
to
coming in
the
to the Muslims,
So she took me to
but it is
Yonkers.
not at all
That was
outside of the
what's
realm
when
of
you go to
possibility
Yonkers, race
that
way
when
at night.
Muslims and they had to leave dinner Christian movement from the north by 14 to 1492, which is of course the expulsion of the Jews. Christians begin
I don't usually. Because next thing you know, you want to vote Puerto Rico. You want to fucking Ukraine. You don't need that.
We also have the major figures who took on this was very area in which this golden age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which
What is it?
uh,
Mayan.
Andalus, the great ecosystem.
Oh, I want you.
Yeah,
Quite
oh, I
a
know it.
different we shall discuss as we go further along.
I love people.
So basically, that's what we're talking about. These 200 years
I love
between
gambling.
the conquest of the peninsula in 711, it really comes to its golden period in the 10th century. Up until the 12th century, when now, what makes it so golden, perhaps one of the most
It's crazy to say,
significant is something
what do
scholarly
we do?
research has, I think, described
I go to gallery
as
artists and I like to look at art.
So
That's a
literally,
little movie.
the
But then you
living
think about the other
togetherness,
things that
right?
you don't do. It's
The
just that
idea
very,
that these are,
right?
you know,
Okay.
very
Just get up,
equally
it's like
opposed
10,000
cultures in so
ferries
many
that
ways,
go around the city.
Christians and Muslims and
That's
Jews,
like
they
it's
have a lot to
water.
argue about.
Clear in my
They
head
did
from
argue,
here to
and there was a
was
lot
it
of violence
15
involved
minutes?
in the history between those two parties. But for some reason,
Yeah.
during those 200
I'd
years,
rather have
there was a
I
tremendous
call what they
amount
call a
of
baseball bat.
a living togetherness
You know,
where
people.
they appreciated each
I like
other's
myself
cultures in
people.
ways that we
But
don't
I like-
see for
I don't
much
like,
of the period. There's certainly several key examples of this kind of Valencia, which is not perfectly round from the
Because I'm already
Valencia,
hyper.
Jews and
Since
Christians
even makes me
also
more
sharing
hyper.
it. They tend to be lopsided towards the this triangle or this circle, but nevertheless, it does represent a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it, though. Is it really as great as we would describe it?
August 30th, man.
Why all
Come on down, you can
other
get
a very big part
when Maryland and Virginia,
One in November, one in December.
held their
before Florida, they
get
that's
together
all that matters.
and poetry happening in Baghdad.
Two little
There really
bands.
some of this empire centuries and centuries later.
The fucking deluge. Bring whatever you see. Only got no songs. We jumping up and down for an hour.
What's the other one?
There would be ups and downs to this. There would be
Boogeyman.
from
She looked like a
North
trio.
Africa from
Boogeyman.
much more back to Africa and they're based there as well. So they're far away from the central authorities. Yeah. It was like East Africa, there was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures, great savings like that. And so there was some kind of boundaries on Christians within the community.
It's like a fist fight.
The
Like it was
largest
kind of
population.
more,
And there
people
was
were
a
heckling
really
the whole just
popular
talking,
attack on
and
him.
they were finding that some of the
That resulted
comics.
kind of thing to do.
And that was a
Well, it just serves to
George
illustrate
came,
that
and then we did
you're
parks. I'm probably in parks. We did it before.
striking
Yeah,
examples
this
perhaps
residency.
of the plight
I think
of
this
You gotta let them go. You can't
Jewish
go
young
back.
men, primarily because of national persecution from the North African invasion that occurred. So this is just kind of like the caveats. When we get to this whole concept of the golden age in the first place, a lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th to the 12th centuries, but with the 9th century, specifically Germany. To that era, this that's really one of the encyclopedic histories of the Jews. Really good in the 19th century to see that Jews had Jews prior in the late 18th century. They made tremendous strides in getting that Jews were getting more and more rights as well as there was a patchwork approach to how Jews should be treated. There was obviously years of revolution for Jews that away with abilities and then get back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very to make the case that they should be treated as well, granted equal access to college, universities, equal access to professions, and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain when it comes to slavery. Look at what happened in society in its view of freedom. So Jews certainly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to culturally, they're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts.
Like, don't be smart, like, you know the mode.
It's fucking crazy that you learn about
The
yourself.
19th century historians really tried
Like
to
after you
create
reach somebody that have a
an
line.
image of
Control.
that exemplify
Sydney's
the
coming,
idea.
and it's about you and her lasting forever. I don't want to go to a wedding. Let's see if the odds are on draft. Let's see. Nobody remembers that? Tony Parker. Wedding. White pigeons, limos, white people, the whole fucking thing. He's black, she's fucking Mexican. They had white people
In
there.
the previous video, we talked a little bit about the
And they cheat
structural
on them with the
features
Mexican
that
housekeeper.
made
His
the
land.
golden
You
age.
know,
So we talked about
that fucking retard.
In
Black
this
chick, she
video,
had a big
let's look
wedding in Long
at
Island.
three,
Overall, the hand
three and
fits
a half,
everybody.
four,
He was ugly black chick
to
3 weeks later.
exemplify the golden
But
age.
you
And
underneath
give some sense of really
And
what
you
was
actually
so.
married,
His
motherfucker.
years are
His husband smelled
approximately
weed.
9, 10
His
to
husband
9,
smelled
7.
weed. He's been fucking
He
staying
is
out on the
really
house.
an
But you
example
get
of
married.
the wise and
You get
loyal
married,
servant
so.
that we saw
And
a
after
little
you
bit
get
in the previous
married,
video.
a year in, you're like, this motherfucker's been cheating
There's
on
a
me from day
fascinating
one.
story
But
that
you were
actually
too busy under the
seeing a
heat.
couple of these
And you
figures
took like a throw
where
her and you
he
watched him
was
wedding.
drawn
You dumb
to
motherfucker.
political
Well,
authority
your industry is
because
kind
of
of
his literary
weird.
ability.
Like,
He
don't
was
people
like
get
many
married
other
as like entertainers or
Jewish figures
anybody
of his period,
just for like
a
a business
doctor.
thing? Like
There is,
they
of
do it
course, a
knowing they
long
don't love each other.
historical
No, just for like
theory,
You know,
so
fucking,
feel that the
like a
literacy
vampire
of
or
the
Katy Perry,
feel
she's
that
retarded,
is
you know.
politically professional in some places,
Because it's all
and
fucking either.
then the
It's all
fear
either.
of
whatever I keep seeing coming in his shows out now. He's doing a girl in Jews like once you had her blood around it and like making out on that red carpet. Disgusting.
multi-lingual
Disgusting.
Eurasians Arabic right other languages means that they're able to access
You
how they
understand the
discovered
whole how it got
secret
there.
ingredients
You
in
understand me?
a
Like,
loftier oils
this
called
language, right?
teriyaki.
I was doing comedy
It's been
everywhere now,
lost
but I
since
think
then
I
as
was
well.
because
So
my
this
mind, I
idea
thought
that
that those
you could just make this one
like
perfect
those
medicine
240 people
cure
were there. They would see my usually had. I got the special because I before I got there, I knew the age in my mind, I could go to the store, I would do better.
At any rate, he's
It was a
drawn
fucking
to
stupid
political authority. She's a literary shop, apothecary shop. She asked him to write a letter for
because if you listen to
her
everybody
kind of ideas that
and you
she
want a
wants.
house,
He's rather
you know,
poetic,
he's barely making
Arabic.
it, you know, no
Later,
construction's down
her
80%.
boss finds
But you
out
end up with a
about
fucking
these letters.
okay, that's what it is.
The letter,
That's what it is.
turn of phrase,
You know, and then
such
you read
beautiful
the French
calligraphy.
story
I want to meet this person.
where
So
they
you
shot the
drive
pilot,
in
they got
and
taken to Vegas,
promoted
and the motherfucker gave him $500 a piece and
and
said, go
what
in the
happened
casino.
is he is
This is the last
essentially
time
made
you're going to be able to
the
walk like this.
Minister of Trade, which makes him essentially
Okay.
more of
Obviously, there was no way to that. That was an inside
and
job.
he ends up
That's who he is.
with international trade,
That's a
communicating
no,
with
anyway.
But is it
message helps him
and what do you
tremendously,
think the difference
and
between that
his authority just expands and expands in this context.
You let
He
bodies
never
lay
loses
in there.
sight, however,
It's that
of his
special. You
responsibilities
It's fucking hilarious.
Really,
Why you do it? They come all the celebrities
at the same time,
Right.
as
Be like,
Muslim
Snoop,
European
this,
southern.
that. Alright.
Now, another makes sense. That Moshe
But the
Benjamin,
worship on the
you have
special
the
area,
situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped,
because I've been
and
there.
of course, if they're shipwrecked, they have no papers. And the establishment of particular areas maintaining those fines that the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the that required a lot more of part of that story about the massive poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalists and not Saru and the inter it goes like this. Everyone knows original weddings, funerals in particular, frequently a justification on why and for recite poetry they have been poetry for higher his entire life. However, this basically the vowels of added later and fully memorized vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic. So there's a huge uproar that literally Jews fighting basically fistfights over whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Saru or whether we should go with this other special
Sundays just got way more fun because college games
why
that,
would we
that
wait
Jews
God
love
moves
today
and touch all these
recited
alone?
at the get a sense here of
300 New York call 877 Y. Your text open line 47369. Help is available from
get
Rothschild.
this.
Call 888-7897. Visit ccbg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Nation Point Ontario. Expires 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.com/audio.
And then
As soon
as
as
a
5
general,
o'clock hits,
he was
you're ready
noted
on
for
the line, right?
a
You
retired
turn your brain off for a
phenomenal
while
individual.
and start
And
your
he
journey
was
to
a
the moon
ferocious general
with
with
In the Cloud.
tremendously
Listen,
successful.
get
He
yourself
was
some
noticed
legal,
because he wrote a
vegan,
lot of
lab-tested hemp
poems,
and
of
derived
course,
seeds and get ready for a great
so
time.
surprising in the sense
I
that
love
it's
these
got such a range.
Especially the
He's
vampire.
going to
Now
find
is available
typical
in different
religion.
teams,
He
so you
has
never get
poems
price high.
that
And remember what I'm
drive
telling you,
the heat
if
of
you
battle.
gotta be 21. Because In the Cloud is given new
the Bible.
customers.
And in fact, he was also
Just trusting the church.
Talmudic scholar.
CHRCH
He wrote a book on
In the
Talmud,
Cloud
which is still studied today.
.co.
And I'd like to
on
pause a great
And it
example of how
supports the
this
show
is.
and keeps
It
In the
is
Cloud
highly
sending you the good
unusual
stuff.
in expert and valued and real leaders
Uncle Joe
are
with my girl
used
here.
per se in things Jewish. And at the same time, they're highly valued in Jewish way. Forget about Shmuel Zalman of
Oh my
Riyadh,
God.
some phenomenal rabbis who make tremendous contributions to Jewish culture. And you have
I
some
know it's a long
figures
hike,
like
but
Albert
you can sing now. They love you.
figures who are
Every
very
day
well
is beautiful.
recognized in Jewish culture overall. And at the same time, the Rosh Hashiva and like to just to have those conversations. Specialize either and they excel at their areas. Thank God there are lots of people who have made their names and have, the right times in their globe for what they've done.
Can you tell? Do me a favor, I'll give you one challenge.
Equally famous as a general, as a Hebrew poet and rabbi. His physicians of the
You
world,
won't say
and
no
at the
one
same
told
time, one of the most
Now,
stellar
why do you have to
thinkers
think
of
they want you to go to
simultaneously. This is something that is really
Say that
characteristic
story.
of
Listen,
old
there's
age.
no song
We
to
will
sing
see it
that shit.
over and over again. It
And
is
he
so
grew up with
fascinating.
me
It applies to him
He's gone.
Did they tell you what the price first or
who
the
was one of the
restaurant was
leaders
first?
of
No, he told me
the
the price.
Jewish
I'm like,
community
this
in
sounds like a
Baghdad.
commercial.
She was
This
in
is how
Baghdad.
I watch
And
TV.
this
It's like,
recognition
I watch New
giving her
Jersey
this
weather.
title
Fucking this is the commercial they
is
play.
probably both
See?
an homage to his
So you
political
heard me
position
play
and
spiel.
to his
I'm
tremendous
very fucking
scholarship.
serious
We will
about
have
Yeah.
this term
So when I was
used
in California,
this title
people
that
ask
he
him, how
used
far
over
I
and over again in many Muslim areas for the
we don't need to
leader
be
of the
reminded
Jewish
of what we
community in
can
that
and
area.
can't eat.
But I mentioned that he wrote war poetry, and a fascinating little tidbit is that he says he used to write his poems out and attach them to the legs of carrier pigeons. He would fly them back to the sun in Granada, and he would unwrap them and assemble them in a diwan of his corpus of poetic writing. He wrote not only war poems, but also drinking poems. Love poems. He wrote ghost poems, which is a fascinating phenomenon where kind of like the poetry side of things, you can imagine like rappers who are arguing with each other and dissing each other, shaving each other's knees, and what those are going to be going well, really. So it's a great political voice. Have a look at the work of Peter Cole, who translated a lot of these absolutely fascinating. He wrote
It's a strong smell.
Exactly, alluding to himself as name was Lord Francois, but there's Ben Mishlei, which is also a work attributed to King Solomon, the book of Proverbs, which is kind of a work of his middle age, kind of wisdom poetry, and it used a little bit like Mishlei actually in that one. And then she goes to Ella, which is kind of like reflections on mortality and things like that, the work of Solomon, Lord of Age, tremendously successful and moving poet, just as he was in the genre. Here's one of my favorite poems from Ben Mishlei, and I'm going to read it to you.
In the 80s, we had so many
Like
problems.
a lame person had a sense of
So you use it in your stand up.
Okay, let's say you go buy a car.
Yeah.
And you want a 2025.
Let's what here now I mentioned at the beginning that there's 3.5 figures I talk about, there's 4 bring I would talk about it.
And we started
One of the
and I go,
most
listen, I have
that
no idea.
I wish you knew what I wish you would say, hey, this is a only surviving un-Jewish poet, and one of the very few surviving female poets of any era in American culture. Her name is Tina bint Ismail, and Ismail was the Arabic name that Shmuel used to describe himself. So many have felt that this might be Shmuel Hamid's own daughter. You can't connect these dots completely, but nevertheless, there's fascinating things that she might have been his own daughter and not outside of the realm possibility at all. And we have those three legends in a 15th century
Not to mention
and
cocaine,
I want to show you a
and
couple
all
of
the other
those
fucking things that fucking destroy your mind.
you who create constantly
When you, it's like when
I
you look at
resemble you in
it,
wildness
it comes out
and
of prison
blackness of
for
the
10
eye.
years and you're gonna change him. He's such a sweetheart. He calls me when I get home. Yeah, every guy calls you when you get home. The first one, did you get home? Did you get home safe? How's your mother? Yeah, we all did. Everybody's a sweetheart in the beginning.
That's right.
And then you have these women that go back with a black eye and a busted nose. He's both queens. We have Mother Days. What? We have babies that hate teenagers. We put them
don't fucking know these things, but I do
This is
know
the
that
thing that runs through much of
there's
this
either, you ever watch a black guy gets out of
here's
prison,
another one.
he takes a
The
fat little black chick
introduction of that collection
they have that
says
show,
that by way of putting this text, it says she has
I've never had a
been
channel
here one day,
dedicated to other
seeing that she was
TLC.
and had reached the
Okay,
time of
then
marriage
there's a whole
because she
other show that
she said,
hook up with guys
I see an orchard where
and
time
not to
has
see their ex.
passed, but I do not
I remember
see
coming
a
out of prison
garden
myself
on the other hand
and sitting with my wife at the time, my girl,
vanishing
and just
and
blabbing
living
off how
alone.
Christ took my life. And all I'm thinking about is the real woman eating her ass. You know what I'm saying?
For
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to college, I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to fucking get universities,
that's
I'm going to do this.
just
I'm
an insight
fucking
into what is highly
You know what I'm saying?
questionable.
It's
For
either if we
example,
call
that
it,
Yeah.
either is another word for it.
tremendous
And
billboard
one minute
acted
we're
as
all
a
looking to see
diplomat,
I can
as
get on the
a
fucking
foreign
Tonight
minister,
Show
and of course the
on
doctor.
HBO. So
Sure,
give me a
and he is this amazing
That's Ethan.
genuine
It's like
warrior
your delusion.
poet.
And like, what? Well, you've only been doing comedy for a year and a half.
Last thing I'd like to speak about is
these
Nita
things do happen.
Halevi,
People do get on social media.
especially
They're
one
discovered in
that
LA, like,
Kazarian
you have to, like,
is
like
of
that
course famous
Like, it does,
for
like, you
his
think it's,
really
you know,
bold work
you
with
think it's a possibility, and
Kazarian,
it is a possibility, but it's,
frames the three
I
great
just had to get to happen to me
monotheistic
with the
religions that are
Like, I did,
competing
like,
to some
sometimes, like,
degree
you were talking about, like,
Peninsula
doing
as
too
a
much research,
three-way debate.
or, like, thinking too much.
Late in his life, and to be fair, he
No
will
much
be able
more
to leave
grass so long. That's what I'm trying to say.
Ariad to
Why you
Israel.
blow so much smoke up
By
my
later
way?
age,
Now,
that,
name on it, you know,
he admitted,
and I'll go,
but I'd
what
like
did
to
you want
also
to happen?
close by just giving you
You
a
would also
like
wake up in an ad on CNN.
he did
Cheat midnight, after midnight is cheat.
power
You need to do print. You need to do
to
social media
that
ads.
he
And
wrote
have
this
the
for
people
his
see your name in different situations.
unfortunately sources
One day they'll say, you know what, I'll give it to one man.
Yeah.
the other,
You know, it's not just
let's put that
talking. You know, many people
the
are
translation is from Eli Malkin's remarkable work.
saying all this, it's not my job. It's all I have a kid who's got leukemia. Like people come at you like that, like I have an aunt. She's got one eye. They're gonna. She needs surgery. If you want $1,000, if you get this on Rogan, it'll save me. I don't even. I won't even enable you. I'm not gonna go. Okay, I'll get you on Rogan with you.
My child,
Yeah.
have you forgotten the way to your own home? Leaving me with,
You want on Rogan so bad.
here to ask
You
how
can
you
watch
are.
this shit in a hotel.
The
They
great
got arrested.
thoughts
You
to
know,
kiss.
people just have him come on. Every people come up to you with movie
The
scripts,
poem goes on.
and they go,
First
Every day.
every day.
the father,
If you can
My
later
hand is filled with them.
and what they telling you that they're they'll
himself,
think that this
describing how his action was not able
I kind of feel bad when I get DMs.
So do I. So do I. How do you think
Because
I
I know
feel?
this person put so much into it, and
in the
they
sounds of
don't
it,
know
hear
they're
how
still
the
so green. They think if they get
uniformity
me
of that
attached or like
final
you
syllable
give it to this
feels
person,
like
it just
it's
don't
a
work
brick
like that.
wall,
Like
so
you don't
solidly
you don't
constructed,
just
and such
go
a
in front of
permanent
the whole
barrier
line.
to
Like this took years to get where I am. took years for me to get whatever I have.
But he, like
You don't
Sean,
just
he is
DM
worked
somebody,
right
hey,
across the entire
this was
spectrum
gonna land on
of
my lap, and
love
overnight,
poems
overnight success, because now I have this script that I'm gonna
as well.
hand it to somebody.
Truly one of the great
You know,
poets.
but hand it to somebody, and it's gonna make your dreams come true. It doesn't work at all.
Okay,
I
I
just
hope I
met
didn't
with
lose some of
people
my excitement
who
about
put so much
the
into,
period.
money and having, and I mean, from, so I have empathy that I know, like, this person doesn't really get it, and he doesn't understand how it works and how you really go through a real process of pitching your script to real producers. You don't just DM an actor. I'm just an actor. I'm trying to get a movie to work myself. Like, people, I'm not going to take your script. I don't even know you. You're a stranger, and hand it to one of my friends. If I'm going to hand my friends one of my script from my script that I wrote, and I'm gonna use that favor for myself, which I don't even ask people for favors ever. But and now the stranger that I never met, it's like, Mr. Ducci, will you read my script? And it doesn't promise to you. Go after your dream. Do whatever you gotta do. Knock on every door. Break down every door. Try to get your thing out there. Try to, I get people like, can you put a word for me on, Godfather Harlem, or when I was on Sopranos, or any show that I was on, or any movie, will you tell them I'll be an extra, or this or that? Like, it doesn't really work like that. And I feel bad for these people who DM. And I want you all to, but this is not how it works. It could though, so never stop doing what you might think is impossible. Always do it. The odds are not really in your favor of working that way. The shortcut. DM this person, get the hit, it's gonna work. Everything's gonna work out. It doesn't really work like that. I want it to work like that. For me, something like that kind of worked for me. I walked off the street, open audition, got a Bronx Tale, and it did work like that. So that's why I have empathy for these people that are trying like the one shot. If I just do it, DM people, however they're doing it, it might work. Maybe somebody will answer you and will get it to somebody. So don't stop whoever you are. Keep doing it. That's the way you want to do it. Most likely it won't work that way. You gotta go through the proper channels, and I think you have more of a shot working it that way.
You have to look at it. And I'm empathetic also. I can do.
I've done it too.
And then it doesn't watch or when I watch it. Because I hit going for my whole long.
Well, that's right.
You know when to stop. That's one thing.
Yeah.
And the other thing is I don't look at the reason, guys. I've had people contact me and say I need this. My daughter's got leukemia. They know I have it. So, okay, they hit me with weird stuff that
Well,
I
that's
know
all the guilt.
is maggots in the world. They're the biggest maggots in the world. The way business, the way they leech on you, they're the biggest fucking maggots in the world. And that's why I don't mess with none of them. I've cut them all off. You can't even get one of those motherfuckers a rock. Because next thing you know, you're a spokesman for their company. And you can't go. You gotta be very careful.
Yeah.
And you try to walk the earth as a Christian kung fu. Helping people out.
Yeah.
But people know when they fucking, when no is no. People don't know when.
You
when people ain't doing shit. No, I'm not doing. So you want me to do this for you? Meanwhile, and I mean, and I remember people asking me to ask Joe Rogan for you.
I get people asking me to give De Niro. They think he's really in the mafia. I'm like, look, I was married to him in a movie. He's not really my husband. I can't ask for favors like that. It was fake. I'm not really. And what I do, like you, I help where I can help. But people that I know, or sometimes a stranger. One stranger will hit it right, say it right, do it in a way right, where they're not trying to not do it right, they're just being them, and I see it's coming from a raw, honest place, and I'll go look at their page, and I'll look at their face, and I'll look at their eyes, and I'll go, I like this guy, I'm gonna help this one, and I'll go to casting, if I'm on a show, and I'll be like, if there's any extra stuff, get this guy, and I'll help my friends, if I can help, even acquaintances, most of my friends are on their own, they're doing their own thing, they don't know any help, but like some acquaintances that want to be like, get me a little role and extra. I will go right to casting. I have no problem with that. If I'm on a show, that's somewhere where you do have a little, not cold connection where they make you can help them with some extras. Or actor, should be on my part, what are you kidding, or like, whatever. I always mention my friend, but the people who just DM and send me a whole script, they expect you to be, you're so busy, but so much shit on your own team.
Or you're at a bar talking to somebody you haven't seen in 10 years, and they come up to you, excuse me, and I don't mind, excuse me, nice to meet you, and take a picture.
Yeah.
But it's some motherfuckers that have 3 drinks in it.
Yeah.
See, because once you involve alcohol, that's a complete different animal.
Yeah.
Now they want to sit next to you and stand there and ask you creepy questions. I'm telling you, my life. They want to talk business all mushroom, smoke 18 joints, then you fucking high, and it's like, God.
Yeah.
It's I learned something back there, and I took it for the rest of my life. The moment
So what?
But then when you look at the moment before life, when some guy runs down the streets and says, Catherine, fuck you. I hate to get the Sopranos and it's 8:30 in the morning. And now you have 2 things. You can look at him and go, well, fuck your mother. And lower yourself and keep walking and go, what happened? What happened to him? This way by this big.
Yeah.
What happened to him the moment before? Because if you go at him when he comes back with a knife and stabs you, you think people on road rage. When you get beat up in a fucking car, you don't know where that guy was the moment before. It's so very important.
It's so important.
So, I'm sitting there talking to Catherine, not doing shit at 5 and 3 drinks for them. And you can go, hey, Hugo, hey, this guy, a big puppy. And they're crying out, and all of a sudden you're like, my mother just died. And they just cry. They don't know what the moment before. So when you walk over there, be very cautious. That's so he's all bad to our business. These all mushrooms.
This is true. Yeah, I know this.
There's nothing there to see. There's nothing there to laugh. Because he curses and stuff. He's like, get this big ass bitch up on stage. And all that type of shit.
So you're just strolling, dipping it out, get a muse, go home. Yeah. You're just going in, you get the dipping it out, little muse, go home.
Every time I go in there,
Wrap it up.
the first night I went in there was great. Second night, 3 kids come over to me all creepy. They still got the hat on farm, 3 fucking dozen boxes. Like they said, if they're from anywhere else from Brooklyn, they're all farmers. These guys were farmers. They had a baby. It's Friday. They went right for work. And they come over to me. You doing this? I want to strip club. It's a titties, Russian chick up there. She got a tent looking like oh. You really know Joe Rogan? Then they start with the thing really out. Does he really go on the top? But the whole time I'm thinking this is society. That guy he moved into with the big ass that's in a load. 25-year-old. About another whole fuck that lives in Texas that he tells me. You rather talk to me about Joe Rogan and does he eat elk on a Friday fucking night? And you want to ask me what's wrong with fucking society at the highest level? That's what's wrong with society. Whether you like it or not, it's still good. You can smell it in the fucking air and you want to go by Joe Rogan.
What do you do in that case?
I put my pants on, I get in the car, I go home, smoke 15 joints, and pray for society. Pray that the Jew, the Israeli don't get it. Pray that Israel don't get it. What do you do? What the
It's so much.
because I'm looking at bitches. The fuck? Anybody. Okay?
Yeah.
And you come in your bed, and you squeak out of it. In my arm, I gotta squeak out of it. Red skin for a month, because I didn't want to drive back and no, I'm too old for that shit yet.
So I want to ask you now. You sent me a funny photo because you like the movie The Old Times.
One of my favorites.
And you sent me a photo. I love that you sent me the photo of your house, of your TV, in your, where was that? In your basement. And it was, I think it was it me on the screen? In The Old Times. I want to ask you, what is it that, what do you think it is that you like about that movie? What is it that you like about it?
Well, let's get back to basics. Always liked you. While I'm watching the movie, the fucking movie. They should take off his
this movie, there was something different. This movie was young. The character really played out. It really played out. It was such a. I was disappointed when that movie came out. I read for them. I was very disappointed. Again, I'm not one of those guys.
Can I ask you?
The scene when he's young on the TV, you know,
Yeah.
and then they go, come on, Bogey, let off. Whatever they do, the dude jumped the 6 all that shit.
Yeah.
To let
Joe,
Barry that on.
I'm so mad I don't know.
But
Can't think of
the
the right.
fucking court scene, you are fucking brilliant. He spent all his money on the Boutons. It was very reminiscent. You can mention it became a circus. That court thing became a circus, and then even saying this become a circus. But the beauty about
You're a
this,
clown.
you're a clown. He's that fight.
Yeah.
He's my step years. You know, I'm an old man. I live on Social Security.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, bags of money. The beauty about that whole scene and how it was written. At the end, man, you come back and you go, and you're right there with the fucking dog. I still fucking love him. He asked me to take me back and take him back tonight.
Dysfunctional.
That's a beautiful fucking scene.
That's funny.
No, you know, the scene was written like that. I know you would provide. I know you know you do what you do. But even that scene, like, no matter what happens, I still love him. You're so really so.
Thank you.
How he's more. You know, money when he comes to get the fucking money from the rich.
Oh, yeah.
And Tony's there. It's just, I enjoyed that movie. When that movie came out, it really, that was something with the next. When that movie didn't come out yet, like yesterday, it's the
Wow.
release thing. I didn't see an ad.
Yeah, they didn't really publicize it too much.
And the problem is, you have such a big budget. You've never seen or never heard of it.
I don't have Amazon.
Like 500. Goes when he gets in there. It's horrible, but funny. Because he's a mob boss now. He gets hit in the head, he gets home. His old men go to shoot him. He jumps into a lake. They think he's dead, and he shows up on a tree.
What do you mean, a tree house?
In a tree house because they're going to tear down the forest. So he wants to sit in a tree house. So he's a mob boss. They're all coming to him. Oh, please, Vito, come down.
In a tree
In
house.
a fucking tree
Oh,
house.
my God.
Cute movie, but then there's like another one. There's like 20 Italian movies on there that all should be banned. All.
Oh, you're talking though?
Whitaker. As far as Whitaker, it's Ray Liotta. It's fucking and now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. He's gonna die.
Wait a minute, his door. Oh, Patrick Swayze.
It's an all-star plays a hot dog man in the scene with Forrest Whitaker. With a Gabriel Iglesias and
Holy
buddies.
shit.
So I bumped into him and I go, bro, good dude, too. I think he's on a commercial now, too. I go, bro, I saw you in that movie. You were fucking great. I go, why in that movie? He goes, they put so many actors because it happens a lot. IMDb, just put Ray Liotta's IMDb.
Yeah, I gotta know. We gotta know.
Yeah, no, this movie is fucking wild. And like they shot it Laura Gardner, where I live. They shot
Oh,
right
Gardner, yeah.
There's a floral shot. And then they just closed that during the pandemic. Because in the movie.
Yeah, give us a guess. Oh, wait, what was Vincent D'Onofrio in? Oh, wait, he was in the treehouse. What was that movie? Shit. Would this movie have Swayze's dead? Oh.
Alonzo Castillo. That's my brother. He's in that movie. He plays the hot dog man. Yeah, he fucking he got on a budget. They ran out of money.
Wow.
That'll happen. So that's what happened without two nights. But I still wanted to see it at the time. I couldn't take my daughter. I think my daughter.
That's right.
So all this shit took time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't like it. I loved you. I love
De Niro. Like him.
listen, I'm a De Niro, but as Vito, oh my,
He was so good.
oh my
So
God.
good.
A couple of white guys never
Oh, the chin.
The chin was a retard guy by mistake. He shot him right. Instead of shooting him 4 times, he shot him and ran away. That guy didn't go on to fucking lead a crime fight. But it was also a scam. He was that brilliant.
Right.
You know,
He
so
played that
that's the only guy I didn't like in that movie, how they played him. Everything else was solid. I like the neighborhood, the club, the social club, the auto nights.
Yeah.
I like how Columbo was very politically fucking matched. That's what I'm getting to one, you know. They gotta be politics rocking it. I liked all that. You were great, man.
I thought the movie was so good. I thought De Niro was on his game. I loved everybody in it. I loved the whole cast, and I loved Tony Bennett. I thought he was so authentic and real, and his acting was honest. He was so too. The moment before.
Then the Amora
And
has
so
support.
what?
They borrow from earlier times.
What do you want from a guest on the show? That's my objective today, right? You know, if we were filming this as a movie, keep it all simple, keep everything simple. And the moments before are great. It's a great thing. I'm glad you learned that.
Long time ago, like when I first got to LA,
That's so great.
and I learned that there was a $35 a month acting class. His name was Frank, some Italian guy from Brooklyn.
Wow.
And he I started with him, Frank Bird or something like that. And I started with him. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
I was such a good teacher. I didn't want to do that.
Oh my God. She's like she's like the shit out.
He's the shit.
Did you learn from her? Is it very?
This is what she does too.
I take that back.
No.
She just, it's about, am I right? It's had a lot, because I sat in on it.
Fucking watch. Wasn't that movie, The Mayor? The female, the chick from,
Oh, God, she's amazing. That's,
when you read
Kate,
that bitch has no marriage. She'll show you a pussy.
she doesn't care how she looks. She doesn't say what she is. My acting teacher, Charlie, who does, that's me. If you were on stage and you were worried about your looks, stop being a fucking mirror actress. She's anything but that. She doesn't give a shit. She'll come out, no makeup, raw. She doesn't care what
So she just was in a Titanic. I got them all coked up one night. I'm sitting there. And I put HBO on, and also they turn with a pussy out with Harvey Keitel throwing it. And I'm like, she just won a fucking Oscar. And she's on the late night. So one night I was
pedophile.
It's crazy. I read an article where the producers called her and said she looked chubby. And she goes, leave that in. That scene where she fucked the guy in that. And the pussy was out. That's what a father is. A father takes a woman who's grown up in my house. That's it. If I had it like my daughter, I'm very like, you know, that I give her some rope, but she knows the bottom fucking line. I'm a kid. I mean, me and the mother have them, but I gotta look at her. I gotta watch her a little more. These are the ages when I need it. And they break away from the mom a little bit, and you either have to talk to them.
He said, Kate,
So when you get a girl like that that moves to Hollywood, that's great. But you won't control man's class. I'm for playmaking. I told them I don't want you to help my
something? You're so outspoken. You're so say the word, the P this, the P that, the F this, F that. Try to get you to do like a little thing where you're kissing somebody. What do you shrivel up like a prude?
I'm a prude motherfucker.
No, that's all a front.
Listen, no, I had to fight off the machismo. But I got nothing wrong with you. Bitch, you coming up here to the bar? Fuck out of here. Is that how that would go? Now, God forbid. No, now, God forbid. And especially, it's the weirdest fucking thing. So when I go to a strip club, I don't mind me going to you either. But then, I felt bad for the girl. I'm 300 pounds. Why would a pretty girl want to kiss me? That's forcing myself. Even for a fucking scene in a movie. When a girl has to kiss a man in a movie, the guy's at least a fucking 8. Okay? And she don't mind. He's an 8.
Okay.
I was a fool. I don't want to kiss a girl that's a fucking 10. That's 20 years younger than me and 10 years
Did
younger.
I just say something?
Go ahead.
Do you love acting? You're an actor? Are you an actor?
I don't know.
Oh, I like that honest answer.
I don't know. It depends who I'm around. It depends who I'm with. It depends who I'm in a scene with. I can't do fucking accents. I can't do. I can't. So I was one of those dudes that was I just told you.
I said to you, Joey, are you a comedian?
That I
Are you a comedian?
Yeah.
Are you a good comedian?
Yeah.
Do you understand comedy?
Yes. There's better comedians, but I'm good. I can hold my own little room. Let's just say that. Okay? I can hold my own little room.
Okay.
I'm not the best writer. But energy and heart, enthusiasm, always with me.
Okay.
It can be a minor joke, but the way you're enthused about it, then it comes back. It's smoke and mirrors. Steel. Rod, plan, I love all that shit.
Still today, you can still
I can't go into a mirror, I go through TV.
thing with survival. Comedy is for survival too, because comedy. I mean, I'm not a comedian, but I'm.
can't take the test, I can't get licensed. So at that point in my life, I was always a big fan of just to disappear and to find out who the fuck's got hide. And then I found out how they had been arrested a few times. At that hotel in Chelsea, everyone. And a fucking syringe, then you fucking stop walking me in better than that. Work out for me that way because I didn't want to do what I want to do now. You didn't want to be part of a society. It was like joining Hell's Angels. It was like joining the club. I had no choice because I couldn't get a job in the world. I don't say anything bad. Those opinions. I like Samuel Bull, but I was saying Samuel Bull, nobody liked him. I understood why. But these guys, he was a mastermind. He dropped out of school when he was 6. He was dyslexic. That's what when you're a billion, because your mother left you a will in Africa. What good is that 180? What good is if you go to the 10 on Jeopardy? I don't give a fuck about that. It's when you translate into the street, it's like functional fitness. But with kids, we do this. I have no idea because I go to sleep.
Well, my question is, do you think you're a good comedian? And I'm gonna tell you something about you. Could I tell you something about you? Write it down a little bit from what I think. I think that on top of the hard exterior and the cursing and the fucking motherfuckers and you savages and everything, I think that there's a guy underneath that and behind that who gets on a stage. He's so honest and he's connected to all these other hurt people who are this macho kind of thing. But These are all your survival skills. And it's also you connect with these broken. Come on, you motherfuckers, and it's that, and you're using that, but you're connecting in a way where you grab them because they understand. We understand what you're doing. You're good at what you're doing. Like you're making a connection with these people that are on exterior. No, you really are. You're like this guy that really connects in a way that it's almost like it's sort of like a psychology thing that where you come up with the one example. You're also connecting with people and helping people in a way where it's like, show me you're helping me without showing.
They pay them $10,000.
So as a comedian.
But the problem the last couple of years is the money is getting so bad, and they want you to do weird things. And I'm just saying, you know what, I'll pass. So that's why my hesitation. That's why I hesitated. That's why I hesitated answering your question. That's why I hesitated answering your question. Because I got off the play. It was the heart of fucking July. People want to play in New Jersey on the fucking weekend in July. Okay? And right away, I don't want you to sound like I was negative or bad about it. Are you okay? And then she'll take the water and get right back on the phone. He comes down. And I can see that. So I like, I like being around, like she gets home from school. My parents, what a fucking horrible existence. In the old days,
Latchkey kid. That's a kid who lets himself in.
yeah, I was
Relax. Like, they're not nobody's home.
a little later. You follow me? There's just so many things. And when you do a play, you have to commit. That's your fucking commitment. You just can't wake up and go, okay, I don't feel like doing it. It's like anything else in life. Then you commit to something. There's 8 people waiting on you. 8 people days if I wake up. I have to go to the front and see, but I still picture it. I change my mind.
Well, you know what? I have a T-shirt that I had made, and it says, "I'm not a planner. I'm a canceler." I cancel everything. I make plans and I fucking cancel them. I'm a professional canceler. I'm lucky I'm here today, but I'm happy I'm here. I'm happy I'm here. I got to. Let me tell you, by the way, people, his behind the scenes crew
It's the best.
is the best. Behind the set of that film, you missed the goal. The goal looks behind the scenes. You don't want nothing but Rudy's. You want no frills in and out. No small talk. I want to eat. I want to be in he want his chicken cutlets?
Listen,
Your chicken cutlets. Your chicken cutlets.
we don't eat it. We eventually Staten Island. Sucker. Because the East Coast is made of great pizza. We don't. There's so much good pizza now that if you make bad pizza, you get ousted. So everybody has it. It doesn't work.
Well, you're not into the trends. And you're not into the gurus. And you're not into follow the follower.
Because this is
Follow the follower.
this is who got us to the dance. Now you want to be Johnny Bananas. And be fat. And that's the problem with us.
Yeah.
We forget what got us. That guy, he could have danced for years. And okay, you may be born. You're not from that world, Lee. So you would never understand. She grew up in the Bronx. And it was like, where the fuck you grew up? And there was 1,000 fucking places. To eat pizza. But there was one that you ever thought in Italianized. Your whole life was in there. Until you went away to college. And when you went to college, no matter where the fuck you went to college, you kept saying, we grew up in that fucking place. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Oh, you're full of jumping shit.
All the time. All the time. The hottest restaurant to impress somebody was. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up from LA. Where there's no loyalty. 20 years I sat there. No loyalty. Nobody. Understood?
Because
What is it? Let's tap into what the fuck you're doing. You're not one of these fucking Americans. Why are you acting like them? For 30 years, these Americans fucked you in the ass. Now you want to be like them. Shut up. You eat that lunch. You fucking tell them when I'm not going there. I don't care where you are. People are going. And that shit ends. You have to stand for something, man. And that shit pisses me the fuck off.
Well, you know what it is?
Simple thing. You're probably saying
Swipe left. There's always something new. Swipe
people
left.
at home right now going, what the fuck is wrong with him? He's a grown man. You know, well, I'm coming from it. You have to have something.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of fucking
Loyalty.
talk. Just a little bit. You want to die with you know, in this fucking rotten world. And it's your loyalty, not to Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm loyal to Instagram. You know, you have to be loyal to something. We grew up in this place, man. The fuck is wrong?
Yeah, but there's always something new. You're talking about social media. There's always an influencer going to a new place where the line's around the corner and everybody's got to get in what they can't have. If there's a line, then on it. If there's no line, must not be that good. But think about this. It wasn't any line. It was just a good place on the DL. Great business. They're the loyal. You're talking about neighborhood people, supported them. That was it. That's all we needed. We're happy. Went in, you got a good deal. You went home. No bells and whistles. Now, swipe left, go on social media. The next influencer who you like, these influencers are brainwashing everybody. We can't have a moment of
I
silence.
understand.
We can't have a moment of silence.
Hudson County people.
We can't have a moment of silence.
Listen, I'm just a stupid fucking fellow spec. Let me tell you, that's what they say. Artie, I know this man you're back and forth. It doesn't matter. That's the restaurant I'm at. I know the man. You know it.
But you know what I like what you're saying? You're really closing. If you break it down,
Another episode. Years later, he talked about it. He goes, Artie, in my darkest nights, I was driving home. There was a storm. We can't. When you enjoy it till you fucking. And eat the fucking food.
the grass is always greener. Oh, you like that place? But no, try this place. But now let me try that place. That pasta, no, now you gotta go here. Now you gotta go there. And they'll show you the line around the corner because you're place. The next influencer goes, no, not that place. I found a better place. Why you're saying, shut up, enjoy this place now. What do you mean? We gotta go to another place now? We just got here. It's a swipe left syndrome. It's the ADD. Swipe left syndrome.
You know, I live in a central New York, been there, Mexican restaurant, and people having car accidents pulled into. It was insane. Parking lot, they had cars on top of cars. They had to use the parking lot to fuck up. We're all great, let's take a picture. And they pick up that margarita not knowing it's $22. And they're just pumping the eagle like fans. And now your girls come.
to eat the
Now you get to eat.
I get
Suck you right in. They suck you right the fuck.
and a chef and some
You know how life is.
yeah.
Another major
Oh my God. Hey,
And what did they do?
you ready?
Yeah.
File a lifetime lawsuit against the owners of Studio 54 because they got repaired in the 70s. Get the fuck out of here. Again, they went down there. When Mick Jagger walked in, they sucked his dick. And they remembered it during the pandemic. Like everybody else did. Remember during the pandemic? They shall eat there, yeah. Everybody remember 20 years ago. Who grabbed your pussy when you saluted the It was very interesting that a woman would wait 50 fucking years. People went there and said it was the best of fun. I didn't know I brought this up now. Fucking, we're already high. We might as well bring up some more shit to confuse the fuck out.
Right now.
Please leave alone, Bob. Leave right there.
Because then you're not around to leave them at that point, like imagination is at a much higher level.
the fuck did I get here?
You working?
Yeah, like my chicken
But
nuggets.
I gotta tell you, those are my proud
I
moments.
understand, but you ever
Man, I earned my wait, this little shit cockroach from home. My ex, Joe Russo, he said every night, my therapist, me, when you're feeling really bad about yourself, literally, you go like this. You did good today. You did good today, Kat. You give yourself that. You tell yourself you did good. When I walk into a hotel room on location and I go, you believed in yourself enough and you did the work to get here. And you're here and you did something good. That's something good. That's the one time I give myself credit. I took that to heart what Joe told me. And when I check into the hotel, wherever it may be for a job specifically, it's better feeling. I earned that. And I worked so hard for that.
thank you? I don't like fucking vacations.
We have a room for you. Thank you. I earned that. It didn't come overnight. I earned that. You know, from my fucking poor beginnings to where I am now. Kat, today you're doing good. Today might not be with checking in to do another week you earned.
How did you do it? You're working with me.
Right now I just have the series that I wrote as a movie, which I was just told by somebody that I love and respect that you won't know, but I can't say because I wrote 8 episodes of my life, and the person read it and said it's going to be a movie, so I'm going to be that made right now, and hopefully off all the homes coming back this season,
No.
and oh, come on, give Chris another chance.
Love that show. I love that fucking show.
You just want a crazy
Three of us that really like that show. And we all looked at each other and said, what the fuck was that? You reminded me, you know what it was reminiscent of?
Yeah.
Miami Vice. Last season, Miami Vice, they were chasing a guy. That was Matt Martians. Don Johnson had fucking whatever, he forgot. Became a renegade drug dealer. You're like, what the fuck happened right there? What happened? You know this happens. The show is great the first season. Then one motherfucker decided to leave. So one of the writers. And the second show was third season is stronger because not that good.
never saw it like that.
Tried 112. So when they released Giselle, talking about that, and he came back and
You mean Griselda Blanco?
yes.
Wow.
What's her name? Sofia Vergara played that girl.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Let's say move on to other shows because then I have two ton of shows that show with ABC. David Kelly got really hot for Michelle Pfeiffer's husband is.
Oh yeah.
Fucking they built a studio around that motherfucking Orange Alley. David Kelly. I think he had like the one about the series on ABC. And, you know, after a while you start show to show, you bring it back to
Yeah.
they'll show something. That's what happened to Godfather. And it,
We to Empire Casino.
yeah, I'd love to go up there.
We need to go to Empire Casino.
Is it that now? How the fuck they just told me that?
It's in Yonkers.
Yeah, when it got shot down in New York, that shit I was talking about was done. Jay-Z is bringing a casino to
Oh,
Montana.
42nd Street.
Yeah, the 40s.
That got shot down?
Well, somebody told me that works in the city. He thinks it got shut down. I don't think so.
No, I've heard
It's still alive.
I've heard of it there, and I've heard of it on Tony.
Oh yeah, Casino.
There's a lot of people talking about putting that. Yeah.
But what I heard about Yonkers, they're gonna have a fucking place big as the garden, a casino,
What do you really think that would do to New York City?
ripple it. It would just
I
be.
don't think it would be good.
You see what?
No.
Vegas on a Sunday, all the hookers are flying out. Strippers, fucking everything for the week convention.
Yeah.
And what it is, that's it. Yeah. People just
So Vegas is suffering? Bad. On the Ford trip, they'll all go over.
What's that stadium? So it's like OTB.
It's
There was nothing like playing hooky and taking a bus to Fort Lee. And go to OTB in the city on 81st Street.
you? Oh,
And we used to cut school to go to
2 o'clock. I left it. 11 over. I take it over back to 4 o'clock. I'm like, what? 12 o'clock at night? I lost my mind.
And they have blackjack and stuff there.
They have the virtual blackjack. You know, it's a big screen with this like virtual pretty girl, you know. slots.
Me too. I'm a slut, dude. Because next thing you know, you become, that's fucking, you know, just thought about that shit quiet.
Yeah.
When they take your number on one day, they just make a sweep. Oh my God.
What's Lottie like?
It's like this.
What's Lottie like?
It's called, what is it? Hawaiian. And I like this other one, dragon clay. And then one other is, that comes in, you hit it, the cat comes out. Meow, meow, goes around. It's money.
The fuck is that?
I love it.
If people live stream themselves playing slots, I would pay to watch you play this. Like, because
Trust me, these two more like,
You know, right now?
yeah, thanks, son.
You know, it's crazy. You say you're bored. What do we do? You either go out to eat, you go to a movie. I go to galleries because I'm an artist and I like to look at art. That's always good for me. But then you think about the other, that's just that very, we walk in, right? Okay. You could get on the ferry. There's like $10 ferries that go around the city. That's nice thing to do on a beautiful day. It was it cleared my head from here to the city. What was it?
Eat one of those edibles, you know, really clear.
Yeah.
You think you're killing it out there, you end up.
I'd rather have what do they call a little baseball bat? You know, the pre-roll.
Yeah, the pre-roll.
I like a nice little pre-roll. But I like indica.
There should be something.
I don't like because I'm more sativa makes me more high. I like indica.
I can tell you, pretty great bomb.
I'm high putting this bitch.
That's what I'm happy that you came over to that. That was
Me too.
real pleasure.
You.
Just go different. Whatever the fuck it is, yeah, we just named this last week.
Oh,
Anyway, I love you, Catherine Lee. I love you. It's also on sale for November 8th. I don't even have a page.
we're in Maryland and Virginia, one in November, one in December.
Yeah, and then we're in Florida next week. And that's all that matters. September 6th. Down for an hour.
What's the other one? Samuel.
So we'll do like a trio, Boogeyman, something else. Like we'll do this is a new song.
Welcome to the show today, guys. I want to let you know February 2nd, Orlando, Florida, February 5th, February 25th, Chicago, Illinois 26th, Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's sold out now, May 6th, when they had one there. California, the Wilford, May 7th /tour. Today's guests are two men who are from another country and left their country. Very happy to have them here today. They are one of the greatest selling artists of all time, of modern time, of all BC, or AD, Mr. Robbie Williams, and comedian Mark Payne. What's the most fancy thing you ever did?
Because I had a place, so I would say it was like quite big. Yeah. And that was like a mansion. It was like a mansion in Beverly Hills. Getting into the book. Then I just was like, Johnny. Place in Beverly Hills, 20 acres. 20 acres. 30 acres. 30,000 square foot. Yeah, that's 20 acres. Yeah.
Are there rooms that you haven't been in anymore?
I've got 27.
That's unreal, isn't it?
But let me tell you the thinking. Okay, so the thinking is this. So you make something and then you want to do things that you understand.
true that the
So,
law
like, you know, and then you got all these stocks and shares, investments you can make. I don't understand. I understand bricks. So if I have blah 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 blah, you just like did a grown-up thing. I did a grown-up thing. So the insurance, the consideration when you buy bricks and mortar, especially in California, is that saying is you can't live anywhere because you know the tax, the like the light, right? A head tax, right? Come downstairs and you see the cars parked in the car park outside. They're working, but I'm like,
Well, because you constantly just see the money going by. I mean,
yeah, you just see. I walk down and
everything looks like an expense.
you know what I mean? And they're all doing a job for me. Just sort of like cash flow.
because the crusaders themselves
That was 80.
were traveling
In United. Right? If I want fleet, I'm not involved. I want to. I then get in touch with the company and see what I can do. I don't need to be as
Like, everybody else is like, I've got anxiety. And people vote in the crowd. Yeah, was there or not? Like Billy Elliot.
There's no anxiety, but like I thought that when I was growing up I had like anxiety and then there's trouble. But actually what it is you're around so
Water in the water, huh? You collect it. Yeah, you heard it. Like,
have a indoor toilet until 19.
It's hot. She can have an OnlyFans. Feeling that I ever remember in the whole world.
My first memory was dreaming. And then I was born. So so I did a book for my first book. So I know that my first memory, and it was a dreaming. Who are you? Yeah, because I've just been doing a load of talking.
We're just sitting here with Robin Williams and Marquez, and we'll do an intro at the beginning too. And you guys are mates, and you guys are from another country.
Two separate countries.
They're separate countries, yeah. Yeah, to us, I think it does run together. I feel like America's getting somewhere. People are starting to go back. I've been seeing like ads on the internet for like the Mayflower, and it's heading back across to England. I think people are.
But like every 5 years, I'll try to. Something will happen where I'll just. Children. Need to get back. This is shit. Have you? I've done it 4 times. Yeah, like I bought a house in the biz, and I better not tell her that I hate it. And we went back second night. Second night. I don't like it. but if Los Angeles, you would just think, hey, I'm going like you, and I'm like, yeah, I think something that should happen.
I don't. Or that used to be something you drink. Do you think that's still? I think maybe at our age that was a drink. Like yeah, go walk down the street. Like Erica walk I'm trying to think. Kind of scared. I would just work with the chicks, but then like I'd be trying to purr about it at night probably. Around or something. I don't know. Probably get fussed. Masturbate, something bad, something that. What TV channel is it on? Maybe maybe like a peeping Tom, something for peeping, like doing well.
Maybe it would be. Maybe you'd be using Chris Hansen. Oh yeah. Maybe you'd be presenting.
Oh yeah.
Hey, listen. Straight after this, Ted's around us. Pop in the car. We'll go.
Here we go, Mrs. Sarando.
Back to the England thing. Take some explaining.
So you get over there, so
This is what happens for me. Right. So, at one point in my life, ridiculously right in a country that you have lived in, right? I became famous when I was 17. I joined a boy band when I was 16. A boy band took off. And then when I was 21, so they you know. I already have. All of this fame's making me anxious and depressed. If I go to America, I'm famous. So this realization
trying to break America.
How'd you find out about me? Cool. How are you? How are you, my friend?
I lost everything because
Oh, how'd you lose everything on the casino?
I was just like back what I lost. It was an online casino. I told them I lost everything. They told me deposit more, just deposit more, and I lost everything. What?
All right, Pam. Well, we'll watch.
Yeah. Never gambled before.
Oh, tons, man.
Anything after you.
I don't lose no winner, so. What are your hobbies aside from gambling?
I work in construction.
You work in construction?
Yeah.
What?
I'm building a
What?
synagogue right now.
Oh, you're building a synagogue right now? That's tight. Very well. How big is it?
Like a middle size. No, no, middle size.
Well, middle size. Okay.
Yeah, it's like 500. Square meters.
Very well, man. While I'm streaming my 7, watching Jewish history, do so. Feel free. Enjoy, my friend.
I also like Olympics.
What
Olympics.
what Olympic games do you like?
I don't
Do you like bows and arrows yourself?
really have the money to do it.
Like basketball? Depends if it's the winter or the summer. So let's talk summer first. Boring, but I do like it. I like women's gymnastics. I like men's gymnastics. I like let's see, wrestling and like judo, jiu-jitsu, all that stuff. Any kind of I like archery's tight. I like whatever that shooting thing is. That's okay. Um, they had like rhythm gymnastics. That's cool. I like swimming. Swimming's a big one. The track and field ones are probably the best. Like 100-meter dash. That's a big one. Um, and I like. I mean, it's kind of. I like. What else do they have that I like? Okay, so basketball, men's basketball, women's basketball. I definitely like those. Um, they had break dancing this last one, which made a lot of headlines. I think that's pretty cool. This next one, like water polo is cool. What else? Okay, so that's really it for summer sports. Winter sports, I think my winter sport to watch is curling or speed skating. Uh, the short speed skating is amazing on the short track, and curling is really to watch. It may seem boring. It could be really exciting. I like um, figure skating. I like the doubles figure skating. Those are good. What other winter sports you like? Big like snowboarding, half pipe is cool. The bobsled. What's the thing? It's called like a skeleton. I like that one. I, I love when they fuck up and they're like flying down that way. Sure. Welcome, Pimp. Yo, dog. Excellent. Yeah, no problem. So I like winter. I like the bobsledding. I like the skeleton, which is like a bobsled, like just like very quickly. And I'm like, man, one of these Olympics is going to be over. Um, I don't know. Really, watch what? This one in Los Angeles. Me is pretty fascinating. Here's the thing. I don't like the coverage, at least in the United States. They don't always have the best coverage. Like I might be really into a sport, and then we're gonna go to this sport, and they just cut away from it. And I know it's on other channels and stuff. I wish there was kind of like a thing where you could just choose your own and watch it the whole time. The Summer Olympics. I watched 3 Summer in the 2024 Paris Olympics. Of the Paris Olympics, the swimming stands out to me a little bit, but the running is big. Aside from the archery, what other Olympic sports do you like?
I mean, it's not really Olympic, but I am bodybuilding.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Absolutely.
I don't really have much time.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's Olympic. They do bodybuilding, or well, they. Oh no, it's not. Okay, they do
Yeah,
weightlifting.
it's 10 different Olympics.
Right, weightlifting.
Yeah,
Right. Okay, why do you like bodybuilding?
strong. I think it's nice.
Word
And
dog.
I think it's one of many.
Yeah, dog.
But were you watching a Jewish lecture?
Yeah, I'm watching Jewish history lectures.
I always wanted to ask about poems. The other
They're like a thing. Not everybody's Jewish, so that's fine. And like 90 of the world population and of the United States population, you're like 98% of the United States. So um, it's a big group of people from which to discuss. I would say that, and generally, for me, I'm relatively positive towards them. But if they are annoying to me, then, or they're mean to me, then I have a general dislike of them. Does that answer your question?
yeah, I want to know if you like. I heard that it says in Talmud we are not different than animals.
That's correct.
What do you think about that?
And it's like
So there's not the belief.
that's a belief of a lot of people, but it's a traditional belief.
Because like, for being honest,
Word does
I
things directly. Um, Frankly, I kind of hate everybody. I mean, if Goy, it's Jews and beliefs on how we could improve as a people, and that's where I focus my attention. But in terms of Goyim, you exist, and for the time being, we are on this planet together. But eventually, I would like the righteous of the Goy to be at least Noahide, perhaps a conversion to Judaism. No, if you're righteous and you convert through an orthodox fashion, you're as much as I am. Converts to Judaism. The righteous, especially converts, is intertwined within Judaism. Oh yeah, definitely, major time. 100%. Yeah, things like well, worshiping idols and behaviors. More modern ones would be like bread, goyish. What else? Like um, yeah, yeah, sure, okay. I'm not saying bad people, but that's goyish behavior. Even what else? I mean, in general, because there are some kosher McDonald's is in Argentina, Israel, but generally, um, like things that
I was talking about like these are like kind of neutral ones. Like I was talking about boys. Okay, how can I say this? Main interest in sports.
um to some extent, yeah, interest in sports, but then again, some of the great oh,
Out of it. But when you're a coach or when you're a franchise owner, you're actually profit or firms.
right, traditionally Jews have not excelled necessarily in sports because we have our focus is in other, by definition, goyish. Um, Other things that are goyish, things like
Now, but they are a powerful minority, and I wanted to understand between the rest of the world.
sure, absolutely working on cars. Well, it starts with our unity. Uh, we feel that family is very important. Education is very important. We educate our children to be successful and to be in disciplines that are generally well providing. Um, we try to give back to the important, so we give what's called tzedakah or charity to help.
Yeah, Sadaka, right?
Correct. Yeah. So we give to organizations that better our community. We ourselves. So technically, we're not supposed to do anything that harms our bodies. Traditionally, smoking within the Jewish community was very common. It's very common in Israel. They're basically Orthodox. We can't light on Shabbat, so that causes an issue. Smoking of cannabis. What'd you say, Big Dog?
Shabbat was Saturday or something.
Yeah, it's sundown on Friday to basically sundown plus a little on Saturday. Generally, but nobody really knows. Cannabis, though, is something that in the modern age has become more popular, and basically since the 1930s or so. Areas of Judaism that was mainstream centrist orthodoxy. It's done somewhat behind the scenes in some areas, but we do have marijuana into edibles, so ingredients are kosher. It's allowed. Smoking of hookah and such, that's more a Sephardic custom, but it is something that, but traditionally it would be cigarette smoking, and that was outside of Israel, but it is common in Israel. For the last 3.5.
How can you afford this? Because you're streaming all the time. Are you working from home?
On the stream, but essentially I have investments and savings that allowed me to do this.
Like day trading or trading in general? Do you like post your you share them?
You were just on YouTube and you were like, hey,
Just some reviews and they're giving reactions. So and I saw
All right, man. Well, you're always welcome here. I'm going to continue watching my lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
And they got some more conditions. And this is something we see over and over again in the States. The church was not the enemy at all here. The church was, in fact, against the violence. And although they definitely approved of the larger goal of the Crusades, attacking the local Jews was not something that the church officially sanctioned at all. It was more on a mass religious stretch character like Peter was. So the Jews sought refuge in the bishop's compound, and in fact, the Crusaders broke into the bishop's palace themselves and massacred the Jews in his home. Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this way. And Rome had a terrible, terrible situation where the Jews over and over again, many of them do have numbers of baptisms in a second, but you have historical incidents of Jews were trapped of having the synagogue set alight and having to break in and not being able to withstand the temptation and deciding to convert in a death, where many of these Jewish families mothers told their children over the last week that literally from parts of the liturgy for Jews for centuries afterwards in memory of this, which was called into that verse. Mine, the bishop attempted to help, but he did not have the wherewithal to do so. And you had all the aware of mass march, for example, suicides were. The rough estimate of the number of deaths was about 5,000. Another one of his figures, who was kind of like Peter Leonard, is kind of Nico. He eventually moved on. It was his troops who were really destroyed by the Hungarians. One last Nico is after this
So what happens is that then I track it back to my own country. I remember that I have no keeping things fresh is tantamount. It's important. It's one of the premier things. And I have trouble keeping things fresh. I'm not that fresh, man. I'm not that fresh. You look at in the crisper drawer in my house, there's nothing in there. You know, I don't really have that much it's fresh in my world. But who does Peloton? One Peloton, that's right. They got boxing, new music artist series. They work out varieties. It's easy to stick to your goals. You freshen them up. They have to spraying breath mint in there. Beautiful. Peloton has a workout for every goal, every day, every mood. De-stress from a long day with 30 minutes of strength, 20 minutes of cardio. Do a quick motivated while having fun with bike workouts, yoga, meditation, dance, cardio, and more. For a limited time, try the Peloton app free for 2 months, then just the $12.99 after per month. New members only. Visit peloton.com/app to learn more. That's 2 months free at OPENPELOTON.com. Offer expires 1/31/22. This podcast is sponsored by And Then It's in My Life. You know, when something moves, my head ends downstairs in my life. So I've got to manage that. I've been spending time recently taking more advantage of getting well. BetterHelp can do that for you. We'll assess your needs, match you with a licensed professional. Send on probably a home and kids and then come back. So visit BetterHelp. Your first month at BetterHelp. 10% off this podcast is sponsored. That's insane. At Los Angeles would be a place that you would come for comfort. Yeah, but it's interesting. Yeah, a lot of rap. You know, like a lot, like he said, he doesn't like to live in Louisiana. Killing there because they get jealous stuff like that. I've never said this. Yeah. Still out? No. Went away. What happened? I have friends. But I, you know, that stuff is the unseen stuff. You were insanely happy and insanely famous. I can't. Like I didn't know real like I've spent some of these UFC guys is pretty insane. Yeah, but I can't because did you feel like you needed to escape then, or did you feel like you were just going? Make you feel like you wanted to leave with the new levels. The first one is we call it sentence. You know, you sort of rather get this privacy being taken away from you, rather get it normal, become I'm addicted. Don't hurt me. Want to kill me. But it takes a while to get to. Yeah. And I don't feel really uncomfortable. And it's like about it now.
So it's like it's a trigger. It's like and also got to be the mayor with the best town that anybody's ever seen. Or else to go for those things. Oh yeah. For whatever reason that is, probably
The Chinese believe this, and I don't really even believe it.
imitate yourself. Yeah, it's not the Chinese. That's a made up.
Well, the Chinese borrowed it because I remember them trying to cover the camera, yeah, they don't want it because it like they say like it captures emotion. So I think it could make sense that after someone has been so like I don't know what he's a term exploited, but you know, so much of your image and your voice, everything is used for artwork or ambiance or transaction or whatever. That something's got to be back here. It's like you feel that at all? Did you ever?
Well, that takes me subconsciously now at the same time. But also at the same time, it's like I don't want to have any time with me at all. So what I did is I become agoraphobic. I have
That agoraphobic. Not like Crocs or something.
Agoraphobic is like when you're scared of no, it's ways like when you're scared of going outside.
Oh,
But I'm not scared of going outside. I just don't want to. So, but it's even I do it also here in Los Angeles. Is that I've been outside.
outside. Yeah, you call it Shattered and they help you. But it's interesting that one of the things that happens is you have with people, you have the same interaction over and over again, that it gets to be not mundane because each person, you know, you're a new soul and you're, you know, but it becomes, there does become a repetition to it. And sometimes I think as somebody that's creative, you feel comfortable or that you're like attracted to.
Why I was taking all of those drugs is to make me feel okay because I'm an introvert. Part of it is that I want to be honest. So
Not that good at sex. I'm not like a free. Like if somebody were picking me for basketball for somebody was like, hey, what about me? You know?
Imagine Trunks this forever without any views. So, all right, what are we saying here, peeps?
So what do you think's gonna? I mean, like, okay,
So I'm trying to get snow right now. Yes. So I'm going to therapy at 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'm thinking of going away next month, doing like a retreat somewhere. Work on my kids. Commitment. I just real time commitment. Yeah, I like
What is
that.
E?